Is focusing on women in economic leadership roles. And it's a great honor, it's a great privilege to be with you today. I look forward to a spectacular event with precious insights told with vulnerability and sincerity. And I hope that this session will be a wonderful inspiration for you all. It's an important time to actually reflect, I think, in our busy lives on what constitutes success, take the opportunity to share it with a broader audience, take the opportunity to receive the gift of learning and insight from others, and hopefully be invigorated, renewed, and refreshed to continue the journey. I think we have important leaders in this room, and as a country, this is an important time for us to have that leadership present and guiding us as we go forward. My name is Ridumetse Molotsane. I'm from the National Business Initiative, and I'm the head of the Environment Program at the National Business Initiative. Our work focuses on propelling and making sure that South Africa is able to transition from where we were 20 years or so ago into a country that is inclusive, that is economically competitive, and one that is sustainable. And I think in this particular role that I play, as I've mentioned, it is a great privilege to gather with others who are like-minded, and I think use this time to empower ourselves even more to be able to take our country forward in a way. With that said, I'm going to allow Thokozani Twala, who is the founder of the Women in Economic Development Leadership Forum, to take the stage and give us a little bit more insight. Before I do that, just to give you a sense of who Thokozani is, so a man of much experience in this economic space. So he has spent the last 25 years focusing more on development economics, development finance, and strategy consulting. So a wealth of insight there. He's a former board member of the Gauteng Economic Development Agency, as well as the similar agency for Tshwane, and the board person of the Joburg Market SOC. So Thokozani's mission is simple. He always wants to help his clients set clear strategies, execute them, and monitor performance to accelerate success. So Thokozani holds a master's in development finance from the Stellenbosch University Business School, and I'm very pleased to call him on stage to give us more insight on this wonderful event and his thinking. And yeah, welcome once again, so I can declare the session open.
Good morning, beautiful ladies. Thank you so much for taking time out, and especially for those who arrived at the venue on time. It's always, a challenge to get everyone in a venue on time. And we're still hoping that probably other colleagues will still join us. By yesterday, in terms of this event, we were oversubscribed. In fact, we had to close the registration. So we're still hoping that, other colleagues will still join us, because sometimes it becomes a bit unfair, where you register to attend an event and you don't show up, and, you've closed now, that opportunity for others who could have wanted to come and participate. So we are hoping that probably, as we progress, we'll have more colleagues joining us. But nonetheless, we are here. Even if it was, 5 delegates, we'll still go on with the event, because what matters most, it's for those who take these initiatives quite seriously, because we wanted to create a platform for you as women, both in business and the public sector, to network, to engage, learn from each other, and just, share your own experiences as well. In terms of the program, so thank you so much, Ridumetse, our program director today. I think in terms of the program, you do have quite a lot of very insightful speakers that they will be sharing their own experiences. Some of them, it's colleagues that I personally know. Please do engage with them, ask them questions, and during, the tea breaks, and the lunch, please do network with some of the speakers and the facilitators of some of the panel discussions that we have planned for you. Just a bit of a background in terms of this event, as Ritunite has just indicated, we started last year. So this is our second installment, and we're hoping that really at some point it will become a very useful kind of an event for women who are participating in economic development, space, basically. It was founded obviously by us as Growth Map Infonomics, and we went to Old Mutual, and we sold this particular vision, and Old Mutual really said they'll partner with us. So we are very grateful in terms of Old Mutual, in terms of their own contribution in making this particular event a success as well. And we're hoping that, as we sort of build this particular event going forward, we might even have other partners joining us. Really, there were two objectives when we started this initiative, just to discuss issues of leadership broadly, but also to discuss issues in terms of what's happening in the economy. Because you want to have very good leaders, but leaders that can be able, to assist us in terms of growing the economy. Ritumete has just spoken about, when you engage with a lot of business, colleagues, people are saying there seems to be a lack of leadership, at different levels in the country. And this is really the gap that we are trying to close. But we also said, again, normally when we invite speakers, we try and invite speakers that are more in the mainstream media, people that are well known. And we said maybe that's not really contributing towards leadership. Let's invite other colleagues who are doing very interesting things that we think you can learn from as well. And then you can benefit in terms of their own experiences, in terms of their own insights. Because at the end of the day, it's all about learning from each other. And again, it's all about, making that circle bigger, right? That was the other reason. To say, let's open this thing up. Hence, you do realize that, in other events, you'll be asked to pay a registration fee or an attendance fee. This one, it's free because we really want to make it a bit more accessible. It's co-funded by ourselves and Old Mutual, just to make it a point that we can open up, the cycle to make it a bit bigger. So we're hoping that you'll be able to take advantage in terms of this particular engagement. So if I may just ask, before we invite our next colleague to come and address you, there's a bit of, it's just a few slides. We had said no PowerPoint presentation, and I'm breaking that rule myself. But there's a particular point that I want to illustrate, in terms of what really we're trying to achieve. And I'm hoping that when you leave here, you either say, today I've learned one or two things from that particular engagement. And secondly, I want to grow, as a leader, as an official if you are employed, or as, an entrepreneur if you run your own business. So I'm just going to share these particular slides. Basically here, the point is to say success is uncomfortable, right? If we want to grow, colleagues, we must do things that are not very comfortable to us, basically. And I think for me as a person, and the founder of Growth Map Infonomics, I did find that in order for us to run a very successful and a sustainable business to a certain extent, we needed to do things that are not very comfortable, okay? Because without, pushing yourself and moving out of that comfort zone, then you find life being difficult. So then there was an interesting study that I picked up. It was undertaken at Harvard Business School, right? So what they realized, they did research in terms of salespeople. And what ended up happening in terms of that particular study, they found that if you look at the bottom line there, so people will do quite well, and then there'll be a point where they're not doing quite well. So you'll have, those peaks, and the valleys, right? So, but what was happening, which was quite interesting, is that no one will drop below that point, in terms of the valley there. So then they started calling that, the fear of failure. Meaning in life, all of us, there's a point where we can't go below that particular point. If you are employed, you still want your performance bonus. So you can't fail at a particular point. If you're an entrepreneur, you're running your own business, there's a particular point where you say you can't fail, because then you need to make income so that you can support yourself and your family and everything. So that was quite interesting for me, to say all of us in life, we do have, that kind of a line where that, I can't fail, right? So it's very important to also know that as well. But what was very interesting is that at the peak, at the top, again, these salespeople were not bridging a particular level, right? So you can see that as well, okay? And then what then that was referred to was to say, once you reach that line, it's called, fear of success, right? So you have that as well. What does that mean? And I can really associate with this, right? So at some point you push yourself, but you also get to a level where you don't want to go beyond this level. If you're an employee or a colleague in an organization, you start thinking that maybe others will say, do I think I'm better? Do I think I'm a 5-star kind of a performer, or what have you? So you find yourself, having that kind of a ceiling as well. In business, we are afraid to say, okay, if I run this Women in Economic Development Leadership Forum and I become successful, people will always expect me, to do things in a particular way as well. So I found that was quite interesting to say, again, we end up having that as well, that fear of success. So what happens then in between those lines? Your fear of failure and your fear of success. What do you sit with? Guess? Anyone? Oh, he already. So basically, that's what you end up called, the zone of comfort, right? So a lot of us colleagues, we find ourselves in that particular space, in the zone of comfort. And we are hoping that with these conversations and with this kind of an initiative, we'll all be able to say, okay, first you still need to understand what your zone of comfort, because there are other people who are also in their zone of comfort, but they also don't understand it, right? So once you understand what your zone of comfort is, then you can say, okay, then how do I move out of that particular zone of comfort? And for us, that's what really we are trying to achieve. To say, when you leave here, you need to ask yourself some critical questions to say, okay, I've done well, I've achieved success to a particular point, but then I'm within this zone of comfort. And how do I sort of move out of that zone of comfort? So what we tend to do in most cases, let's look at the zone of comfort a bit different now. So you say that's your zone of comfort. So outside, there are certain things that you want to do. You know that if you were to do that particular initiative, if you were to go and register for that particular degree or postgrad or whatever, that will really assist you in terms of moving out of your zone of comfort, right? But what you try and do within your zone of comfort, you're trying to pull those things into your zone of comfort. And it doesn't work like that, because that means you are not growing, okay? I hope you still agree with me. You are still within your zone of comfort. So what you need to do, basically, is to grow your zone of comfort, right? So this is what you need to do. You need to grow your zone of comfort. You need to bring in those things that you want to achieve. And it's not going to be easy, but you need to be very intentional about it. You need to push yourself, right? Because remember, even things that are within your zone of comfort, at some point, they were very difficult for you to do, right? And yet, eventually, you manage to master them. And that's why now they're within your zone of comfort. So really, for us, if we were to ask us in terms of saying, what is the end goal in terms of this particular, initiative and the gathering today, this is what really, ladies, we are trying to achieve. We want you to leave here saying, I fully understand my zone of comfort and it's fine, it assists me to pay the bills, but I want to grow. Because if you're not growing, then really it's a bit of a challenge, right? So whether, again, you're running your own business, I know in terms of, our delegates, we do have a couple of colleagues who are running their own small businesses. We have colleagues that are employed. We've got colleagues who are in the corporate and in the public sector as well. So really, for me, I thought this particular short presentation, assist us in articulating what is it that we're trying to achieve in this particular, conversation. Because we want to see you growing. We want to see you being successful. We want to see you becoming, leaders that will make a positive contribution to our country. But again, a contribution in your own organization, in your own, business as well. And the way how we have structured the program today is that we'll also hear from people who are running their own small businesses as well, so that we don't hear, from colleagues who are part of, very big corporates. And lastly, as, I sort of like conclude my input, I really want to encourage you to say, do engage, with the speakers, do engage with the colleagues, who are sitting next to you. Practically, some of the colleagues that will be participating in the conversations, I've worked with them. Some of them, I didn't know them, but I ended up, networking, collaborating with them, and we're doing business, practically someone later on who'll come through after lunch, Crystal, she's from BDO, we all know BDO, it's one of the biggest audit firm in the world, the fifth after your big four, right? So we've also invited someone like her, because even big companies are willing to work with small black-owned companies. In most cases, I don't say black, because to me, saying you are black, it's not a value proposition. Everyone can see that you are black, right? So you just need to say, what is your value proposition? But also look at what brought us here today. Old Mutual, a big company, collaborating with a small company called Growthmap Infonomics. So these things are possible, colleagues, and that's what really we are trying to demonstrate here. To say, if you've got a value proposition, go and engage, don't be afraid. Yes, it's not going to be easy. You'll have people who'll decline your proposal, you'll have rejections, but if you believe in what you are doing, keep on pushing, because then there are progressive colleagues from these big corporates, whether it's an Old Mutual, whether it's a BDO or other entities who'll be willing, to partner with you. So lastly, because then I'm not going to have another opportunity to really thank, all the speakers who have agreed, to come and spend time with us, the facilitators for the panels, as well as, mostly the team from Old Mutual, led by Temba, Nokzola, Tsepo, Nandi, Nomtam. We work very closely with the colleagues because, we are a small team. And then from my side, it's Zamogutle and Pumelelo. We don't have a huge budget where you normally go and appoint an event management company, to run the whole thing for you. So I really want to say I really appreciate the support, that we've received from Old Mutual, them really coming through to say they also want to see this particular initiative being a success. So we really appreciate your support, Nokzola and the team, in terms of your contribution as well. And there will be lessons, right, learned from this particular event. Lastly, from our delegates, this is also about you. We have created this platform for you to come and engage as well. And please, we do accept criticism as well. But when you take a jab at us, just be mindful that we tried our level best to make it a point that you can still have a very decent conversation in terms of today's session. With those words, I won't say it was short words now, I started speaking like a politician, but I wanted to put this message across. Thank you so much, and we really wish you a very good engagement and networking and collaboration going forward. Thank you so much.
So thank you for an inspirational set of opening remarks. I was commenting and talking to some of the colleagues before we started the session that I often have the opportunity to attend a lot of conferences. And it's always wonderful for me when I can look forward to the content, when I can look forward to learning, to finding something new, and finding something that can also excite me and help me to be more impactful in my own space going forward. And I think, your opening set of statements really did that. I think both sincere and authentic, and I love that. But in addition to that, the opportunity to open up the circle, to share, to bring people together, with an organizing framework that we can keep in our minds as we go forward. The other thing that I would like to acknowledge, I think, in addition to moving out of your own comfort zone, the importance of having courage. And I think already by being in the room, by embracing the spirit of what we're trying to achieve here, I can see a bit of that demonstration of courage, and I hope that in the conversations that follow, it'll be amplified and also given even more power through some of the tools and the specific insights that we will gain. I think I would also like to echo again Thokozane's sentiments, just to thank all of those who have been involved in the organization of this great opportunity and this great space. I won't mention all the people, Thokozane has mentioned that, perhaps to note Old Mutual in particular, as well as Growth Map, Infonomics. We really do appreciate the opportunity, and again, welcome the delegates to the space as well, and thank you for also bringing yourselves to this quite an important space that's been opened up. I don't want to take any more time. I know that we started a little bit late, and I hope you'll bear with us for that, and thank you for your patience. But we've got a wonderful lineup going forward. I think perhaps before I call on the next speaker, just to note that our initial keynote has taken ill and unfortunately won't be able to join us. And that's a pity. But I think with the amount of experience, the amount of exposure that we'll also be gaining going forward, we still have a lot that we can take from these sessions and these conversations, and really using them to build the platforms and the networks that we want to see going forward that make us a more powerful force. I'm going to call on Dr. Paulina Mamukgoba shortly, who's the Director of International Relations at the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. But before I do that, I'm just going to get her bio so that you get a sense of who this wonderful lady is. She's a highly accomplished professional, and you will hear that, I think, as she addresses us. So she has a doctorate in business administration from the Gordon Institute of Business Science. Her areas of specialization include industrial incentive, foreign trade and investment policy, and she has over a decade of experience, and I think to note their hands-on experience. So practical understanding and not just theoretical insights into how things should work, but very much a personal understanding of what that experience should look like and what it translates into practical action. And that experience, as you can see, it spans a number of sectors. So we've got manufacturing, services. She has a national understanding, but she also has wonderful global insights that she'll be sharing with us. So with that, I'm very pleased to call Dr. Mamukgoba onto the stage to please share with us this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would have said just good morning, ladies, but I do acknowledge the amazing gentlemen that are in the room as well. I always say if we are to ever speak of women leadership and empowerment without the gentlemen in the room, we are not creating the very inclusivity which we most of the time when we talk about leadership and equity, we highlight so strongly. So it is important that we understand that, one, it was always intended for us to be able to collaborate in these platforms. I want to start with a quote from by one of my favorite leaders, and it says, "Those who complete the course will do so only because they do not, as fatigue sets in, convince themselves that the road ahead is too long, the inclines too steep, the loneliness too impossible to bear, and the prize itself of doubtful value." This quote is one that usually anchors my progression when I look at my career or my advancement or the different things that I embark on in my journey. And this is to say, it does become a lonely journey. Bab Twala talked about the whole curve around the comfort zone, etc. If you are going to look at breaking through those boundaries, be it ensuring that you do not drop below that bottom line of the fear of failure, and of course you do not stay within because you're afraid of succeeding, you need to understand that there will be moments where you're discouraged. There will be moments where you feel like giving up. There will be moments where you feel like, why am I in this in the first place? But you need to have that courage to push throughout and understand that this is for a value that cannot be doubted. So this for me really is quite humbling, and allow me to acknowledge the leadership of Growth Map Infonomics. We have managed in the past to be able to work together when I was with the Department of KwaZulu-Natal Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. When I see the banner of Old Mutual, it's quite humbling because we've always known it as the place where our parents take our investments and stuff. So it's interesting to say today at the backdrop, there is Old Mutual. And thank you for this great initiative that you are doing in terms of supporting women in economic development. And of course, this will ripple towards supporting other women initiatives as well. Because when we talk about growth and development, it's always important to emphasize that it goes beyond the space of economic development. Now, given the opportunity to come and speak today, I did ask Bab Twala to say, how would you like me to curate the content? What would you like me to talk about? And of course, he did give me slightly a blank check to say, perhaps come and share your best experiences, your reflective experiences. And I thought it would be quite humbling to, number one, just pull out a couple of nuggets from a book which I intend to launch in the coming year. And it will be mainly a reflection on my PhD journey. But this is because amongst the many things, it's the life lessons that one was able to draw out throughout this journey. A lot of times, initially when I embarked on the PhD journey, the question was, why do you want to do this? It was for the red gown, it was for the title, but you realize the journey is more valuable than the destination itself. So it has been quite a sharpening of my thesis, but equally a sharpening of my character as well. So I will pull out a couple of nuggets, of course tying it mainly into this theme of women in economic development and, of course, leadership, but to say how can we best leverage on these lessons, even as we build ourselves as women, to be able to lead in society. One, allow me to just pull the concept of economic development. When I was thinking about the theme itself, women in economic development, I realized so much weight lies on our shoulders. Because if we are ever going to improve the state of our country or the state of our continent, the state of the globe, it is the work that anchors on what we do, be it in our professional spaces, in our entrepreneurial ventures, in our social activities as well. It is quite critical to understand that so much weight lies on our shoulders, and the amount of effort or intentionality that we exert therein becomes very significant. So I'll speak on a couple of points, and you will hear a lot of it relates to my personal story, but I do hope that you are able to draw out insights and, of course, apply it, make it applicable to your own space as well. So when I embarked on this PhD journey, and I must commend the institution, not that I'm giving it a free marketing, the Gordon Institute of Business Science. I remember when I initially wanted to study there, I was from UNISA. I had asked the supervisor who had assisted me in my master's dissertation to write a motivation for me. One of the things he said to me was, hey, the standard at GIBS is too high. I'm not even sure if you'll be able to make it. But I was quite determined. So I always say to people that it's that determination, that courage to say, I can push beyond the boundaries. Let me still make this application. Let me go through whatever assessments that are necessary. But of course, given the opportunity, exert myself and to be able to learn and see that I do come out with this goal that I went in with. So one of the things during the PhD journey that they always talk to us about is, and this you would have to appropriate or slot in your name, the Paulina-sized whole. So to say that there is that value, that perspective as an individual that you come with, that the world cannot have unless you are intentional about bringing it in. There's no other version of me, there's no other version of you. So it doesn't matter how brilliant one can be. I can never be you, and I can never do something as good as you do it. So one of the beauties of the PhD journey is, unlike my other studies that I've embarked on, and with all humility, I think I have, this is my 6th belt in terms of degrees, and about 9 other certificates that run on the peripheries. But one of the things that they would emphasize is, it doesn't matter, you and I can pursue the same topic, but our perspectives will never be the same. One of the things that they would ask was always, what's your research paradigm? So what's guiding your thinking around this thesis, around this particular topic? And of course it was like, but come on guys, we can just always pick it out of a textbook and slot it in there. But I realized it relates so much to who you really are. So as leaders, as women in society, it's important for us to have a relationship with ourselves. Who am I? What is it that I knit in society, be it in the work that I do, who I engage with, how I interact, what is it that I bring to the table? So it's that first concept of the you-sized whole. There's only you. On a PhD study, they'll tell you that you are arguing or debating in a global body of knowledge. But you can imagine that drop in an ocean would never be there unless you are intentional about you making it there. So as an individual, as a woman leader in society, it's important to understand that this metaphor makes us realize that there's a gap in society that can only be filled by you. When I was looking at the thematic areas on the program of this particular discussion, it was, how do we create those conducive environments? Most of us are executives in our organizations, we lead teams, etc. It's important to acknowledge that as a leader, you do not know everything. There are so many blind spots. I wish my colleague Nyambeni was here, and I'll talk about my BRICS experience. So this whole 15th BRICS Summit that we recently hosted, I was given 13 weeks to literally develop the content in and around and the peripheries of the program itself. And there was this colleague of mine that knew my blind spots like somehow we came from the same womb. Every morning she would call, did you remember to do this? It seemed like administrative stuff, but I realized I never would have mastered it if it wasn't because of her. So irrespective of the title or the position you may occupy in society, do understand that you have a niche. There is that particular role that you have to play. Yes, you can be well versed with the other aspects as well, but it's important to acknowledge even the other elements that our colleagues are able to add into this, the spaces within which we work. The second thing I learned also during my PhD journey was own race, own pace, own journey. So it's important to understand that to embrace your unique path in leadership, everyone's race is different. Most of the time when we look at, and I mean society does put pressure on us, 20 under 20, 35 under 35, 40 under 40. It's easy to think that I've missed that mark, but you haven't missed it, because your unique path, that differentiator, will stand irrespective of whether you are 70 or you are 20 years old. So if you are able to acknowledge and realize that this is your own race, this is your own mark that you have to make, this is that portion of you, and I will speak to it in the upcoming points, that you have to leave with society and the world within which we lead. Which then leads me to a point that is very close to my heart, that they always asked about in the thesis. So, as you would know, in a thesis, there's always the introduction, there's the literature review chapter, there's context setting, there's data analysis. There's one question they always ask: what is the golden thread? If somebody is to read your chapter 1, can they relate it to your chapter 2 and your chapter 3 and your chapter 4, etc., in your absence? And I write quite significantly in the book about this particular topic. And those of you that do read the Bible, I drew a portion from the book of Psalms when it talks about how God knitted you together in your mother's womb. So there's a thread that each of us come with on this particular earth and in our purpose in life as well. Be it in the work that you do, be it with who you interact, you leave a portion of yourself. So can there be that consistency? I'm very intentional in terms of me in the workplace, me in the social place. Can People relate to the same me. What kind of leaders are we? If I'm able to apply empathy at home and at my kids, why am I so terrible at work? Why am I making the work environment so toxic? So what thread are you leaving? What are you knitting together? I learned a very important thing to say. In our different uniqueness, we are fabrics of different garments. And if you look at life, life is a quilted oxymoron. We buy quilts these days, usually now it's the same fabric, but if you remember what our grandmothers used to do, they would knit together different pieces of material and it would come out as a beautiful cloth. So that's what we are in society. But one, we need to be intentional in ensuring that we are the type of fabric that we want society to resonate with. I talk to most of my leaders as well to say, never forget that you are sowing a seed into the future. So whatsoever thread that you knit into society, you may not experience it because, of course, you are guarded by society's titles and the platforms that they give you. But your children and your children's children will have to wear that garment. And would you be happy to see them sitting under the same leadership that you threw across as well? So that's it's a topic that really sits very close to my heart. And one of the things I said is, we need to be able to connect our experiences and our achievements in such a way that they knit together a beautiful garment that is able to create the type of economy, the type of globe that we will be able to look back at later and say, this was worth the investment that I made in it. Another thing I learned during the PhD journey, which was quite offensive. So I've had a lot of moments where I cried on stage because I was grilled by the panel. The faculty asking me, so what? Why are you studying what you're studying? Why does it matter? And that's the question that I continue to ask myself. Even when I was invited to this forum, when I go to meetings now, I'm very intentional. Why does it matter? Why am I taking a splash? Why am I dressing up? I like making a joke that the cost of living is so high, soap is expensive, clothes. So why am I doing what I'm doing? So even when you're in your particular workplace, why are you doing what you're doing? Are you doing it because you just want the limelight on yourself? But as women in economic development, do we have the big picture in mind? And I mean, sometimes society puts us under pressure because we are mainly on a survival mode. I just want to see the next paycheck. I just want to see the next career progression. But we need to understand the so what. Why does it matter? Why am I doing what I'm doing? I say this as well when I mentor other young colleagues, even those that are older, when I have exchanged conversations with them. It's to say, when you are occupying a particular role, why are you doing it? Are you just interested in knowing that part of your work, or are you interested in understanding the bigger picture so that given the opportunity, you are also able to make that extended mark and that extended imprint as well? Also, with regards to so what, how do our thinking and our decisions impact the work that we do? I did talk about it earlier about culture. I think I'm very passionate about organizational cultures as well. The decisions that we make, the people I hire, the type of culture that I create within the teams that I work with, why does that matter? Do we really apply our minds to say, this is what we are aiming to achieve? So those are some of the things that I've learned and I wanted to bring out. The fifth point that I wanted to talk about is, if we are able, it's a quote, it says, if we are able to see any further, it is because we stand on the shoulders of giants. I always say to people, and I know my other colleagues are in the room, they'll know that at work I always make sure that besides my peers, I'm very intentional about having friends that I would call the older generation. Because it is on their shoulders that we stand, irrespective of the degrees that I may have. The lady that I worked with, Mam Jali, and she couldn't make it here today, I think she had matric, and she went on pension when I was moving to KZN, but she was constantly that point of reflection, to be able to understand this is where we come from, this is where we're trying to go. And I was intentional about getting guidance from that person. So the question that we should ask ourselves as leaders is, are we obscuring or are we enabling those that are with us or coming after us to see a little further? one of the conversations we would know as ladies is most of the time when I occupy a particular position in an organization, when another young person wants to be as equally exposed, it's like you're so intimidated that you want to own the space. How do we become intentional in letting go? Because like I said, all our journeys are different. If you are meant to grow and to succeed, you don't need to obscure another person's vision. So it's understanding that we need to also, as much as we stand on the shoulders of giants, we also need to be intentional about being those shoulders that other young people or other people can stand on to be able to see further. Another point is humility in the journey. Experience has taught me throughout this journey of the PhD that there's so much I still don't know. I remember talking to Prof. Zondi, and he says to me, as a matter of fact, when you're done, you'll be more confused than when you started. And that just humbled me because you realize there's new information that is brought to the table every single day. Now, in our journeys of leadership, it's important to acknowledge and to understand there's so much you still do not know. We do sit around tables and be it in boardrooms, etc., and our views are challenged, right? Sometimes they are challenged to a point where it's frustrating because you've always known this. I always tell people that when you're doing your master's, it's great when you submit your thesis because you're like, I've mastered this topic. But in your PhD, when you submit your thesis, you realize, I've literally taken all that I've known all my life and put it at the crosshairs of public scrutiny. You know, when somebody comes to tell you you're not making sense because you are arguing on a bigger and a much more global scale. So that humbles you because you realize that there's so much you still do not know. As women in leadership, in the roles that we occupy in society, it's important to acknowledge that there's so much you still do not know. Irrespective of whether you can be president the following day, there's still so much that you do not know. And we need to be intentional in terms of harnessing and making sure that we pull from one another if we are to achieve the objectives that Baptwala also talked about. The third last point is finding your voice. So as part of the thesis, I kept referencing, you know, sometimes you try and prove to your supervisors, I've read so much, according to, cite in brackets, 3,000 references. And my supervisor kept saying to me, but where are you? Where are you in this? I'm not hearing you. So when we look at our workspaces, when we look at where we are in society, it's important, one, let me talk about the work environments, to create a space where people are able to share their views. It will be different to yours. Some of them may seem like, but that's obvious. But that's us cultivating a culture of us as women owning our voice. We do know that when we talk about women in leadership, we talk about how most of the industries are male-dominated, etc. And you sit in boardrooms and it's like, no, I suggest that we'll think about that point. You know, they just want to get to the point. And already our voices are stifled. So how intentional are we in ensuring that irrespective of whether my colleague makes a view that seems a little bit obvious, you accommodate that, but because what you are making them realize is that there is value in what they have to say. So the issue of finding your voice as well is having read all that you have read, having engaged with all that you've engaged, are you able to sort of craft that opinion that you have to say, this is me, I actually think this, because most of the biggest challenges, and I'll tell you because when we work in the government space, we inherit a whole lot of projects. It's easy just to go with the flow. But sometimes for our economy to take a different direction and for it to be able to advance and grow, it's important for us to color slightly out of the box. So it's us finding our voice to say, I actually have a stance, I actually have an opinion on this, and I would like to share it. But again, it ties into all the other points that I've spoken about. It still means applying humility in the journey. The second last point, value per sentence. My supervisor would often say to me, here's a nice paragraph that you have written, but if I was to remove this sentence, would it still change the context of this paragraph? I'm like, yeah, not really. I mean, the paragraph would still say the same thing. And then he said to me, now, ask yourself, be it in your workplace, wherever you are, what is the value per sentence that you are making? And I coined the concept value per moment. When we interact and we are sitting together, time, you can never regain the time that you have lost, right? Already you've lost this morning, maybe you could have been typing reports, but what are you going to make of this moment? Who are you going to engage with? Do you already have an agenda in mind? Do you know where you want to go? Do you know what you want to achieve? And how do you make sure that coming into an environment, you are able to draw that out? There's a quote that says, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. And I've always realized that if you have an agenda and a purpose and a plan in mind, somehow your life gravitates towards realizing that. And then a young lady during one of the conversations with the former president, Thabo Mbeki, asked the president, I want to be president, so this is my last point. He asked the president, if I want to be president, what would you say are the key things that I should focus on? And I remember he mentioned 3 things which have never slipped my mind. He said you need commitment, you need courage, and you need capacity. Commitment, maybe let me start with courage. And I think the program director did make mention of it. It takes courage to be successful. It takes bravery. It takes a lot of courage to expose yourself to an environment where you know you will have to start on the ground floor before you move to the next level. I shared in one of my talks that the ceiling you are trying to break through now is only the floor of a next dimension. So if you want to be able to keep growing and progressing, etc., you need to have the courage to say, yes, I may be in grade 12, but when I go to varsity, you're literally in the grade 1 of the next level. So most of the time, we want to hold on to that comfort zone because it feels good, but you need to allow yourself to throw yourself into those spaces where you do not know, because that is just a flow of the next dimension. Then you allow yourself to grow in until you break through, then it's another flow to the next dimension. Commitment. At a point in time during my study, my mother wanted to say to me, why don't you quit? I remember I was staying in Pretoria North, and I would leave Gibbs. Gibbs is just around the corner here, every night at 12 midnight, 1 a.m., because I would be in the syndicate's room studying, engaging, etc. I mean, being a girl and your mother is far away in Limpopo, it's scary. South Africa is not safe anymore. The following morning, I'd had to drive to the office and still be there on time and still deliver. But it was the commitment, the discipline, the dedication. It will cost you. It costs a lot. It isolates as well. Other people will say, but why do you need a doctorate? I'm still asked even today, like, what's the purpose? Why do you need it? But you've got to know what you are determined to achieve, but also be willing to sacrifice. I did highlight that I read the Bible quite a lot, so I'm a Christian, as a disclaimer. So one of the scriptures that I loved, I remember I was breaking down and tears were rolling down my face, and there's a scripture that says, no discipline is pleasant at the time, but later it produces a harvest of righteousness for those who have been trained by it. So discipline is never easy. It's painful. It costs you financially, it costs you mentally, it costs you in a whole lot of aspects, but are you willing to have that commitment to achieve what you want to achieve? And then the capacity. Capacity is mainly always be willing to enlarge yourself. So never allow yourself to not give yourself room to grow. It will stretch you, it will cost you, but if you want to be able to be that leader in society, allow yourself to be challenged at that level. I want to share a tale that a colleague of mine shared in closing. It's the story of the 2 mice that fell into a bucket of cream. One of the mice drowned, and the other one wiggled its tail until it churned that cream into butter, and it crawled out. And that rang in my mind to say, given the opportunities, the challenges that we face as women in society, am I willing to be that second mouse that continues to wiggle until I'm able to turn the cream into butter and climb out? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I think I can only say wow. That was a fantastic insight. It was a wonderful sharing, and something so precious when a person takes from themselves where they come from and they give so freely. So I think we can give a second round of applause. It was wonderful. We do have an opportunity, a few minutes to get some comments, some thoughts, some questions from the audience. The opportunity is there, but also to mention upfront already that even through the tea time, the lunch and so forth, we will have more opportunities as well to engage and to just ask questions and share our thoughts as well. But let's give ourselves a few minutes or so just to reflect on what has been said, and to hear your voices, because you're also part of this conversation that we're having. It's not just a one-way engagement. It's important to see how you are showing up as well in the room. And I think while we're waiting for people to, you're welcome to just put up your hand. I just wanted to comment on what you said, just an insight based on my work, where I work on climate transitions and how they are framing how South Africa needs to think about, positioning. Where are we going as a country? And what I took from what you've said, I think it's a word that you mentioned quite a lot. It was around intentionality. And intentionality goes with ownership. So there's an acknowledgement, there's a responsibility that I have a power, I have an impact, I have an influence. And I think one of the big things that needs to be translated all the way from a personal level in how we show up in the different spaces, all the way up to a country level, is to be intentional. South Africa has to be deliberate in where we want to go, and that's incumbent upon the leaders, and we're all leaders in different ways in our own spaces, to be able to shape and bring that forward. Having said that, I did note already that I think there was a hand on this side. If there are any questions or thoughts, I note. Sorry. I think the lady there in the orange. Anybody else? Then we'll give a few minutes before we move on to the next segment.
Good morning. The name is Nguli from Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to Roadmap. And I also just want to appreciate the good doctor there for the amazing, amazing speech. I think I took a lot of lessons from your dissertation. And I think what I would like to say is that I'd like to read it, if we may share how we get a hold of it, because I also have intentions to join you as a doctor as well. I currently hold masters, and I have intentions that just encourage me so much. So yeah, I'd like to share your paper, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
So are there any more hands, any more comments? Sorry, sometimes the light's a bit bright, I can't see. Doesn't look like. Okay. I'm not seeing any hands or requests for inputs, but I do think that was quite a weighty input that you provided. That's going to require some digestion and reflection. And as I said, during the tea time, during the lunch time, and some of the networking opportunities that we have throughout the day, I hope you'll be here throughout the day, that people can also really approach you and get your insights. Sorry, is there somebody there? Pardon me, sorry, the lights are a bit bright, so sometimes I can't see.
It's good
Please
that you're
go
in the
ahead.
bright lights. That's good.
Thank you.
Molweni Kamalam Ngusisanda Khulashe. Have my own business, but I'm in corporate, so I'll hide. Ndicela ubuza. My first question is to ask, with everything that you are achieving, what type of a discipline program were you following? If I could hear that, because then I think that expands on what Ubabutala was saying with regards to making sure that you're expanding your comfort zone and finding new ways of expanding that. So I'd love to hear that and open to hear anything else from the rest of the ladies who have nuggets of wisdom on how we get out of our own rut, because we've stayed there. So ngoku, trying to get out of there, to jumpstart that getting out of there. I'd love to hear that.
Thank you. Can I respond? Thank you. Should I stand?
I think, yeah, you can take the stage.
Okay. Thank you so much for the comments and inputs. Maybe I'll start with the first one regarding my paper. I'm actually picking up the printed copies tomorrow, so I am willing to give you a hard copy, printed and binded. And thank you so, so much. Coupled with that as well, I have started supervising some master's and doctorate students. So if you do want any insights, it doesn't come at a fee. We've become a cohort, so if we can assist each other, that will be great. The second question regarding discipline program. I'll start with one thing that I'm quite intentional about, and that's association. They'll tell you, my colleagues are here, I'm seeing them on the table there. They'll tell you about how I try and manage my time at work. So one, it's first identifying where do you want to go? Who do you look up to? I think that's very important to know the type of people that you want to, when you look at them, they're sort of beckoning you based on your purpose and what you want to achieve. And how are you then courageous in engaging with those people? Yes, other people won't be necessarily friendly to support you and to answer your questions. Others may feel like, really, why are you asking me such? But trust me, there are 1 in 10 that are willing to say, come under my wing, let me expose you, let me see how I can best ensure that you also realize your dream. Also such initiatives. People don't believe the fact that I'm quite strongly an introvert. It's just that my job and what I do forces me to be upfront and speak. But when I come to such settings, I've already identified, I was already chatting to Uletlile because I follow her largely on LinkedIn. But those are some of the platforms. Looking at where she is, what she's doing, this is what I want to do. So when I come to such a platform, how intentional am I to go and start a conversation, brave that moment to say, yes, I may possibly ask an offish question, but because of where I want to go, this is what I want to do. Again, with regards to time management, I'm very intentional about between 8 to 4. I don't fiddle with personal stuff. I focus on work. I want to deliver. Because at the end of the day, I always say, what mark do I want to leave? But then you've got the rest of the hours. Yes, there is family, etc. But dedicate an hour or two to say, I want to read. If you look at my thesis, and I wish I could just project it here, literally every day when I work on a document, even if I write 2 sentences, I save it on the date for that day so that it keeps me in check to say, oh, you skipped a weekend. So how do you get back into those routines? So it's just making sure that you manage your time and, of course, your goal in mind. Giving yourself time frames. They told us part-time PhDs 4 years, and for me that was like, if I can do it earlier, better. So rather set the bar too high for yourself and maybe make it just at exactly the record time, or otherwise, at least even if you overlap. But it's those disciplines that you need to be intentional about. But I'll emphasize association, association, association. The people that speak the same or similar language with you will push you. Either they will cripple you, your association will either cripple you or actually propel you. So you are an entrepreneur as well, being in corporate. I'm also in entrepreneurship as well. I'm in the property space. So I'm very intentional. Value per moment. When you do go somewhere, you take a flight, what do I want to do and how do I best maximize the time that I've been afforded there? So those are some of the disciplines that I've put in place throughout the journey. Thank you.
I think we shall close this session now, but
maybe just one question from my side.
Okay.
Sorry, because you did indicate that the lights.
Yes.
Maybe before she steps down,
Let me stand this
Dr.
side.
M, I'm getting news, I've known Paulina as Paulina, and recently when she shared the news to say it's done, so I said now we're moving to Dr. M. Just a quick one, like literally 2 minutes. will you mind just to say some few words in terms of your own experiences, how a department like, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, DTIC, normally works with, South African companies in terms of some of, the programs that you've been privy, in terms of, the work that you do at DTIC, even, your days at, ATIA, because you've always been in trade and investment. Yeah. Maybe just 2 minutes, because I think other colleagues might just benefit in terms of just, that quick input from that perspective. And then we'll let you go.
Okay, thank you. I'll be quite quick. So, as I've had the privilege of being at the DTIC for 12 years, then went to economic development in KZN, and then came back for the past 16 weeks to work on BRICS. So some of the opportunities, you would know the DTIC as a department that works a lot with incentives programs. So I've had the privilege of working under the program development as well, developing these incentives. So of course, given the current budgetary constraints, there have been quite a number of cuts in terms of funding. But one thing I can communicate to the colleagues is the DTIC focuses a lot on industrialization. Simply put, value addition. How do we take our raw commodities and sort of grow and beneficiate that? So when it comes to incentives or pockets of funding that are available to support, it's mainly ones that look at manufacturing processes. And of course, there's quite an array of industries. A lot of women, though I don't want to assume, the cosmetics sector, it's been gaining quite significant traction. We are having a whole lot of international investors. I've recently this week been contacted by the Polish. They're looking for distributors locally. They're looking for people they can partner with, people that can also do contract manufacturing in that space. There are other sectors that include agriculture and agro-processing. We find a whole lot of women being involved in the space as well. And the other opportunity, and I mean this is just me speaking at a high level, with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, the agriculture value chain is growing quite significantly and strongly. And of course, as much as the AFCFTA is quite slow in implementation, but when it comes to value-added agriculture, it has gained quite significant progression as well. I had the privilege recently of working on the BRICS program as well. Our BRIC countries have a keen interest, Russia, China, India, on the agro-processing space as well. So there are opportunities. We also have what we call national pavilions or exhibitions. And this is where if you allow yourself to be on those databases, when we do these exhibitions, it's an issue that you are able to get a footprint and be able to exhibit your product there. But very important to highlight to entrepreneurs and colleagues is a state of readiness. I think most of the time, as much as we want to be foregrounded and promoted in terms of our entrepreneurs, it's how ready are we? So most of the time it's small businesses and you find that you want to exhibit, but you don't have the capacity to meet those orders. There are programs in the pipeline as well. We work with Brand SA, Proudly SA. Provincial departments have initiatives as well where they prepare and capacitate companies to be ready. Truth be told, entrepreneurship colleagues that are in the space will tell you it's a long-term journey. I mean, you start in pockets and pockets, but if you allow yourself to have that discipline that we talked about, to build slowly, then you are able to find a footprint even internationally. Interestingly, in the cosmetic space, if I can just touch briefly, Babtwala, is that you have found some manufacturers that don't necessarily have a market locally, but they have a market internationally. So when you do your business, think also outside of the borders of this country to say, yes, this little entrepreneurial initiative that I'm doing might not have the space in South Africa or the market or the appetite, but there is appetite internationally as well. I know I speak for the DTIC, but I've had the privilege of working with venture capitalists in the ICT space, angel funders as well. It's that state of readiness. And one thing I would encourage is please do not get tired of knocking. There's one gentleman that once came through to me with just an idea of recycling, and all he was doing is picking up this pickup guys that are pulling the trolleys. That was around about 2016. 2017, 18, I had the opportunity of sitting on the Department of Environmental Affairs Recycling Enterprise Support Program. And I recommended that company, and they were able to give him grant funding up to 5 million rands. So it's such things to say, don't hesitate to keep knocking. Yes, at first it's like, yeah, they'll always turn you down, but there are colleagues that are intentional and quite keen to actually support these initiatives. So those are some of the activities that I can currently speak about, but truth be told, there's quite a lot. I'm happy to engage, I'm happy to leave my contacts. I'm always willing to color out of the box. My colleagues will tell you, I used to focus on FDI, but I never let go of the small companies as well. How do we integrate them into the value chain to give them even much broader exposure? Thank you.
I think you can just give. I wanted to ask one more question, if I may
Okay.
piggyback. While the next panel is also getting itself prepared, but simply because we've had the BRICS Summit, and something that is very topical in the South African space is about, maybe I'll call it more broadly, just greening our own economic value chains and the opportunities that are sitting, for example, in the renewable energy space, but you mentioned around recycling and things like that. Maybe a few reflections, and I know that there were some big announcements at BRICS around that space broadly. Last week, we had the Africa Climate Summit.
Yes.
And again, the value of the South African green space, what we can do in renewable energy, in agriculture and others, was also highlighted. Maybe just your reflections on that very quickly.
Okay, thank you so much. I feel like it's one of those media interviews that I was put on the spot in during this BRICS Summit. But if I may highlight, with regards to the opportunities, one of the things, so what we did as part of the BRICS business-oriented business program is we had both investors and buyers coming from the BRIC countries, coming into the country. One, the positive thing is they already indicated their interest. And I can highlight that with regards to renewable energies, etc., we already had countries like Brazil, we had countries like China, we had countries like India as well, that had indicated their interest in investing in the country on renewable energy initiatives. I'll give an example. The Indians were building battery storage, etc., to be able to support energy and, of course, contributing to relieving pressure on the grid. We had Chinese that are doing a whole lot of solar manufacturing, etc. The positive thing as well that we have seen, and this is me also pulling a thread from my experience at economic development, is we have been working with the big banks to see how they can incentivize our local people to be able to tap into the renewable energy space. So mainly so what you would find in terms of opportunity is initially it seems quite fragmented, but there's quite a number of funding institutions that are willing to support so that entrepreneurs in the space are able to access funding such that they tap into those opportunities. So you did mention we had MOUs that were signed with the Bank of China, etc. So these are pockets of funding that have been set aside to be able to support these initiatives. Important for our own industries is how do you create that state of readiness? How do you create the capital to be able to also tap into those spaces as well? So it's quite a pipeline of initiatives that are in place. We had a project when I just moved from KZN whereby FNB was actually partnering with a local people in KZN to do solar installations, manufacturing and installations. So those are some of the opportunities, particularly in the renewable space as well. The Department of Environmental Affairs as well, they have that fund around recycling. But now what we're looking at is tying up that pipeline to say, how do we create a streamlined pool in terms of these projects that individuals can tap into? So what you will see is on the website, those opportunities will be put out so that individuals and entrepreneurs can actually tap into them. But again, like I said, it's that constant conversation and linking up with people. So if you do want to be handheld, there's the one-stop shop at the DTIC that can actually guide you through the process to say, okay, you do have this initiative, you do have this burning passion to be able to run this type of an enterprise. How do we then create that link between these partners that you can work with so that we discuss opportunities of participation, particularly women? Before I forget, we have a colleague in class, Lelemba. She focuses on financing women. It's a gender lens form of financing. Recently, one of her subsidiaries raised $8.2 million in Zambia. So she is present in South Africa, and she's looking at these growth industries, ICT, energy, etc. I'm willing to share her context, so because they pitch and they fund entrepreneurs to be able to, particularly women. Her husband does the mixed, both male and female, but in terms of her focus, it's supporting women enterprises in those growth sectors. So those are some of the initiatives as well that I wanted to highlight. Yes, the DTIC can have limitations, but trust me, there's a lot of pool of funding that women can tap into to be able to participate in this space.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get to receive a gift before you go.
Oh, thank you.
Super. What are you going to say? Okay, I think we'll take 1 or 2 minutes. We're just preparing the stage for our next session. So I think that was a really wonderful opening. And please take the opportunity during the other breaks that we have to make the networks, to make the linkages, and really draw on the wonderful store of I think, knowledge, the spirit, the energy that we've had a privilege to experience this morning. We're going to move on to the next session shortly. And this is a session that's going to focus on how organizations really develop and put in place an environment that supports and develops women as leaders. So I'm going to just introduce the facilitator shortly, just make sure that the stage is ready. So the facilitator was already mentioned, so I'm sure you're holding your breath as she was mentioned in the previous session, but that's Oletile Mukhashwa, who is an executive head of business development. Her responsibilities entail leading a team in acquiring 5 billion assets under management across investment, employee benefits, actuarial and post-retirement medical aid consulting. Her vision doesn't only extend to her portfolio as head of business development. She's an advocate and an ally for women in the corporate sector, encouraging them to champion one another because she believes that women can go further and faster together, and I echo that. Her work in women's empowerment extends beyond the boardroom to an online talk show called Secrets to Success, in which successful women share their career achievements. So I'm really honored. She will be leading the next panel. I think we'll just give them a few moments to get mic'd up, and really looking forward to the insights that will be shared and a lively and exciting conversation. Again, I think really empowering people to be able to be intentional about their growth and be deliberate about the choices and the opportunities that we take. So I think we'll just give 1 second or so as people get mic'd up, and then we'll be ready to start the next session. It might be an idea as well if people need a quick bathroom break and so forth to take the opportunity now, noting that I think what we'll be talking about is something that is quite integral. We all have our own personal take on what it takes to achieve success, and really that journey of how you activate it and structure it for yourself. But it's wonderful to get the insights, the knowledge, the experience, and some learning from the journeys that others have taken. And that's what we look forward to in the next session. Okay, I can see our panelists are still getting mic'd up, but maybe we can also take the opportunity now. I know that we've had a question and answer session, we've had a lot of comments, just to open up the floor again. If people do have anything that they'd like to share or reflect on before we move into the next space, I'm quite happy to allow that opportunity as well while we get ready for the next session. Yeah, and remember, I can't see sometimes because of the lights, so you're just welcome to stand up, and if you've got anything to share, really, this is the opportunity. We'd like the session to be interactive and engaging, so it's not just what is presented in front of us, but really, I think your stories and your reflections are as valuable in this particular session.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, what guys, good morning. You look absolutely gorgeous. I want the energy in the room. It looks like everybody's tired. Can we just stand up and just shake a bit? Hey, that's it, thank you. But good morning to all our esteemed leaders, our esteemed panelists and speakers, our captains of industries, all protocols observed. My name is Ulitile Mukhashwa, and I'm a business development executive at Old Mutual Corporate. I wear many hats. I'm also the chairperson of the Old Mutual Women's Network, which is OWN, or OWN as we affectionately call it. Just a bit about OWN. It is an employee resource group that was launched in 2019. It is created by our employees, for our employees, and it's really to meet women at their point of need. So I'm really honored and privileged to be standing in front of all of you here on a topic that is very dear to my heart, which is, how do we cultivate a conducive environment for female leaders? And so I'm not alone. I'm joined by amazing panelists of women. I'm going to take time to just introduce them individually while they come up. One woman who is within Old Mutual Corporate that I look up to, she doesn't know, but I'm going to call up Ms. Morongwa Mameja Sithole, who is the CFO of Old Mutual Corporate. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give her a hand of applause. Next up, I'm going to call Ms. Philiswa Twala Tau, from Gauteng Operations Director, South African Local Government Association, SALGA. Ms. Philiswa. And lastly, a powerhouse of note, Ms. Busisiwe Mdletshe, who is the Group CEO of NetVest and founder of Busi M Foundation. Okay, doesn't she look absolutely ravishing in the red? I mean, okay, well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming through today. I thought if I were to read your bios, we'd be sitting here the whole day. So just to start the conversation and just to remind all our online people who are joining, thank you very much for joining. I am going to be, having a conversation with these phenomenal women, and then we will open up some time for conversations within the audience. So just as a start, can you just give us an insight to who you are and the role you play within the organization? Morongwa, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Ole, and good morning, everyone. I'm so honored to be part of this event today, and I'm also gaining so much from the discussions and insights. So thank you for this important discussion that we're having. So I'm Morongwa Sithole, and I work at Old Mutual Corporate. I am the CFO. And thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for having us, Ole. And what do we say after that lady that spoke?
I mean,
I've just done eye surgery, so this light from this side is really creating some havoc in my life. So I'm going to face this way. So if I don't look at you this side, please don't feel bad. Okay. It's not about you. Okay. But my name is Philisiwe Twala Tau, and I work for SALGA Gauteng, and I am the director for operations. So the provincial director for operations, if you like, it's the CEO of the province. Each and every province has a provincial director for operations. And in the main, we are an advisory body for municipalities, so we are not a union for municipalities. But we provide some knowledge sharing, hand-holding, and support for ailing municipalities, or even those that are doing very well, just to see how to keep them afloat and stuff. But importantly is that we have a seat at the table in Parliament, so we are able to advocate and lobby for municipalities, but we only operate on the basis of the levies they pay us. So if they don't pay us any levies, we're out of job. So yeah, that's who I am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is it possible to get just one more mic? Just so that we can share. Okay, but Ms. Basiwe.
Thank you for the opportunity, Ole. My name is Busisiwe Mdleje from Nedvest Group. So Nedvest Group is an accounting and tax practice based here in Sandton. So my role at Nedvest, I'm the founder and the CEO of the company. So my role is particularly to look at designing the operating model for the organization and drive the strategy of the business. And I also, I would say, maintain the brand of the organization. But while talking about maintaining the brand, you know, there's an article that I read recently from Harvard. They talk about brand being something that's not just managed and maintained, but something that you deliver at a point in time. Meaning, no matter how good you were yesterday, but if you don't deliver the good product today, it means you no longer have a brand. So therefore, it is my primary responsibility to make sure that in our organization, we always deliver the quality brand at all times. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I'll start with you, Murungwa. I think, you know, I'm particularly excited, as I said earlier on, that we're touching on a topic that is very dear to me in terms of how we can go about cultivating an environment that is conducive for women. And I'm sure as all you women in the, you know, that are in this room can attest to the fact as how hard it is sometimes to find your voice, right, within the organization. Murungwa, can you give us just, you know, active advice on how you go about creating a culture within your respective space that is conducive for women?
Sorry, Ole. I'm going to ask you to repeat your question.
Okay, no worries, no worries. I was saying, just in your respective space, how do you go about, you know, ensuring that you're cultivating an environment that is conducive for women leaders?
Thank you. So in my space, I think firstly, it's important that we have diversity in the workplace and in the team. And I'm very lucky to be working in a business where there are a lot of leaders in the business, first of all, that are female. And that already sets the right context in terms of, you know, being a people can see that it's possible to be a female leader in the business, and that really sets the right tone and culture in terms of all our female colleagues understanding that it's possible to run all these big businesses and functions such as yours. I heard there was a 5 billion rand portfolio, and I think that already makes a huge instills confidence in our female colleagues that it's possible to achieve. And then secondly, I think the other speaker spoke about it. It's making sure that I create the space to make sure that all voices are heard. And it's really being intentional around when we are in a meeting setting and women are contributing. If something good comes up that I back that highlighted or, you know, emphasize it, just to make sure that those ideas that women have are highlighted and they're not drowned out in the room or in the conversation. and then definitely mentoring, mentoring and coaching. I've benefited a lot from mentors, and I'm very intentional around at least keeping in touch with people, even if it's not a formal mentorship program, but just to make sure that I'm accessible and sponsorship as well. So paying it forward, I've benefited quite a lot from sponsorship in my career trajectory, and just making sure that I'm also paying it forward, making sure that women are performing well. I'm providing that sponsorship in the spaces that I'm in.
That is so powerful, and I think you touched on something that I'm also passionate about around mentorship, but I find that sometimes women are over-mentored and under-sponsored, right? So maybe if I can come to you, Ms. Piliswe, how do you go about, encouraging women to be mentored and sponsored in your respective space?
Thank you for that, because that's an area that I'm passionate about as well. And it's two sides of the coin. For you, you're saying women are over-mentored. I kind of disagree. You have to agree to be mentored. You have to, and especially with you young people, so at least I can say this. I can say this with, that with young people, we kind of seem to forget that we were also young ones.
Yeah.
And you don't have to make the mistakes that I made.
100%.
So if I give you the information and I support you, you need to have that willingness to absorb the information without necessarily taking it verbatim, because you've got your own navigation to do. But you really don't have to make the mistakes that I have made. So it is a two-way stream, because when you walk into an environment where you are a young person and there are older people who are probably doing things the old-fashioned way, the phone that used to have a long thing, etc., and you know better, you're not competing with each other.
100%.
There's no competition here. There is a pace setting, and there is also, one thing I can tell you, you can never buy experience.
Yeah.
And I'm going to share a story. It's easier said in a story. So my son was studying at UCT, and he's this hectic economist, statistician, whatever, actuary, something like that. So he comes home and he's offered a job by Vunani Capital because he's hot and happening. So he comes, he says, Mom, these people want to pay me 5,000 rand. I said, oh, they even want to pay you. Oh, that is nice. How? He says, what do you mean I can't take this job because, I'm learned. I say, you're not even valuable to those people. Right now, you are of absolute no value. You just have a paper. That's all you've got. So you go out there, you work your butt out. You learn from those people. You listen. You absorb every single thing that you can. Because time, as the young lady said earlier, the dog, time waits for no one.
Yeah.
And opportunities come and go. So as I continue to share with you information and handhold you, I need to give you enough latitude to do your things and catch you when you fall. That's what mentorship is about.
Yeah.
I need to be able to catch you when you fall, but I need to allow you. So let me tell you the story and finish in 1 second. So he says, no, Mom, I'm not going to do that. I said, okay, no, it's cool, my son. When you can just pay me rent for staying at my house, using my electricity and my water, and because you've got an opportunity you don't want to take because you think you're up there. But let me tell you the moral of this story is that I was cruel to be kind, and he thought I'm probably not his mother. He probably thought I'm and things like that. And he went to Vunani Capital. He worked there. They taught him everything. And then they allowed him. This is what Vusani did. He said, go out there and start your own company because that's what you said you want to do.
Wow.
If it does not work, come back here. We will catch you again.
Wow.
Now, that's what mentorship is about. That's what hand-holding, that's what support is about. And indeed, when he was out there, he started his company, And things, as you say, you fall and you wake up. But Vunani were there to catch him every time.
Wow.
So hold on to it, ladies. Hold on to it. Sometimes it seems like it's nothing important, but it is. And because at this age, there is no turning back. Two things that are guaranteed. You are going to be old at some point, and the second thing that's guaranteed is that I'm going to be out of circulation at some point. So there is no point in me holding on to all the information that I have, because I need to clone myself, and I need to make sure that those out there know what I know. What they do with it is a totally different story. And I often, everywhere where I speak, I do this, and I'm going to do it with you too. So I'm going to give you, I poured water for you, my baby, how? So, and I'm going to give you this water, right? And it's yours, and you're going to drink it. And I'm going to whisper something to Busi. Ne? Okay. Now, I pelaphuza the manzi kanti.
Mentorship in action, I tell you.
So what I just did, I gave you a half-full glass of water. It's now quarter full. That water of mine that I gave you, do I still have it? I don't have it, right? What did I tell you, Busi? What did I say to you?
She said if she could do it her way, she would remain 20 years of age.
Now that information that I gave you about how I feel, do you have it? You have that information, right?
Yes.
And I still get to keep it, right? It's still, I still have it. So it doesn't matter. So giving that information, it doesn't matter how many people you share that information with, you still get to keep it. So why are you holding on to it? Why are you not sharing this information? Why are you not hand-holding the people that are there? So I get to Salga, is the last thing that I say about mentorship. So I get to Salga and I have these young people there. I'm always the older one, it's that time of life. So, and I asked them, so how long have you been here? Oh no, I've been here since it was Gala. Gala, I think I was your age at the time. Being not 20.
I wish I was 20.
I is my thing.
Okay.
So we play with my 20. And I say to them, so you really feel you are okay being here? Because why are you still here? When it was Gala and then it was Salga and you've been here from inception and you are still in the same position. Why are you in this position? So unfortunately, you and I are not going to have the most wonderful relationship, because I'm going to push you, and I'm going to push you so hard that the day I walk away, you're going to say, yo, waze wahamba lo mama. But when you look back, you're going to say, yo, wangisiza lo mama. It used to happen to me in the city. My team would run away from me a passage in my Imbuzu. So funda in my. What are you studying? So what's going on in your, because you have to keep it in the present, that you are better than this. You could even do better than this. You could do more than this. But you need that person as your mentor to be the pillar in your ear. Aloka kumbuza ukuthi, you know, you're worth better than this. You don't have to settle for second best. And you don't have to be me. Play you as best as you possibly can.
Wow. Because
one thing about the brain and about you, if you don't have positive energy, it means that you are an unhappy person, because you spend 100% of your time in your head. You don't spend it anywhere else. 100% of your time is spent here in your own head. So you've got to keep it going. Thank you.
Wow. I think as you were talking, and demonstrating that active mentorship and the importance of it, it reminds me of this powerful quote that I live by Warren Buffett that says, someone is sitting in the shade today because someone planted a seed a long time ago. And I think we need to remember that it is our duty to do that and create the upcoming successors who will then carry on the baton. And for us young ones, I am so glad Uma thinks I'm 20-something, which I'm not. Which I'm not. But it's also up to us to listen, to absorb the guidance, and really just take it forward. So, Sis Busi, I'm going to come to you because you lead your own organization. So can you share some of the examples in terms of how you go about creating initiatives to support, the succession of upcoming women in your organization?
So what we do at NetVest, firstly, we started by having this plan of hiring females only. We said we're going to hire females, and the reason was quite funny because we travel a lot. We have clients nationally. So we thought, to make our spouses comfortable, let's just hire females only. But anyway, along the way, we realized that working with females, it was easy for us because we learned that females were dedicated and females respected each other. And we continue respecting each other in our organization. But along the way, we diversified, we started hiring males. But what we do then as part of empowering, we have a very good succession plan, where we say when we have a position and when we appoint, we're going to prioritize appointing females, right? But not because they are females, particularly because, again, they have the skills. What we've seen with females is if you put up programs, you say, go and study, go and learn, go attend workshops, they will do that, Like you can see here, we have this event, and very few men would have these kind of events where they empower each other. So women would get empowered, they would get skilled, and they will come and impart knowledge with others in the organization. And what we've then done, we realized because our organization requires a certain set of skills, like for example, because we're an accounting firm, we do a lot of tax planning as well. So you need to have studied accounting and tax and at an advanced level. So what we do then, we've started an initiative where we work with a lot of JSE listed companies, where we go to universities or we go to high schools and sort of provide financial assistance to students who want to study accounting, so that when they qualify, they could come and work in our organization. So by us doing that, we get to have people that would be loyal with us because they feel like we have to work for this organization because they've helped me get my qualification. But over and above that, we've helped in eradicating poverty because these are people who would go back to their economy, to their communities and add value. They would go back to their families, and be beneficial. So what we've also seen as working with women and empowering them is we need to be aware that because the environment we work in, this corporate environment, men have been put on a platform where they are regarded as better than us. So now when you are a female or a woman leader, also understand that you want to be an executive, you want to be a leader, then be willing to deal with the mud that comes with the rain, right? So meaning, don't just want the rain and not be willing to deal with the challenges. So you need to make sure that you are technically advanced. Make sure that you study hard, you ensure that you know what you are doing. Because sometimes you'll be standing up in that room trying to say something, and because you're a woman, people are not willing to listen to you. But if you have that advanced knowledge, at some stage people would listen to you because you will stick to what is required of you. And again, someone said, one of the Forbes Women event I attended, she said, in corporates, particularly in legal firms and accounting firms, you'd find that they say as a woman, you need to dress a certain way, like dress certain colors. You wear dark colors like gray or black or navy so that, you look corporate. And then they say you have to tie your hair a certain way. So this woman says, she would do that, but then one day she realized that, no, these men are trying to turn me into a mini-man. Because a man is used as a yardstick, So I'm glad that today the previous speaker was dressed in bright colors. We are in bright colors here, because we are women, we're not trying to be men, And it doesn't mean that when we are dressed in dark colors, we are trying to be men, but we are who we are, Thank you.
I love that. I love that. just embracing who we are. And I think there's a lot of research and statistics that show that the more diverse a board is, the better the company actually performs, right? So Murunga, to you, how can we as women start using our own voice in terms of, starting to address the diversity into boardrooms?
Yeah, very good question. So I think it's important to know yourself and be yourself and to find your voice. And I mean, so much has been spoken about this morning. It's really important to build confidence in yourself, and start being able to being vulnerable in the boardroom. If you don't know, have the courage to ask questions, but with confidence, knowing that you've got experience, you've got the qualifications, but, there are things that you want to find out more about. So starting to find that voice to ask questions, engage and participate in discussions, and not be quiet and, sort of take a back seat. So I think it is all about being intentional. Start small. That's something that has really worked for me. So it's not that just one day you'll wake up and go from 0 to 100, but start small. Ask one question, contribute, slowly build up that momentum. And as a woman, find your voice in the boardroom. And then there's the power of the collective as well, as women in the boardroom. And I think we need to really start making sure that we are supporting each other in the boardroom. Not that we are always agreeing or there's consensus, but appreciate the insights or what other women are bringing to the fore in the boardroom, in the workplace. Celebrate each other's successes in the workplace, and be proudly women collaborating and working together and growing together in the workplace. I think those are some of the things. Sorry, and yeah, I think I like the saying of, if you're afraid, feel the fear, but do it anyway. Wow. And that's how you start to grow and gain confidence and get into spaces that you're really starting to excel and achieving your goals.
I love that. Say that again. If you're afraid, feel the fear.
Feel the fear
and
then do it anyway.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to steal that now. I love that. I love that. Talking about women, Sis Philisa, I think we wear many hats. And I, as a mom, as a leader, I sometimes battle with this life-work balance or work-life balance, whichever one you want to, phrase it. How does one start to find that,
Thanks, Ole. Because you're a woman, already you have those challenges. Like she said, when they started out, yes, it's good intentions that you're empowering women, but that was not their primary decision. It was to make the men feel better, feel comfortable. And it's because of the stereotype and the norm of society and how we've been socialized and raised. And we can't take that away from us, that you are the one that's going to do the unpaid work of looking after the kids. And, I like to tell stories. So by now you've figured out. So let me tell you a story. So my sister was working at Wits as a career development, blah, blah, blah. So she had to go and speak in New York somewhere. And her husband, God bless his soul, he's since passed, said to her, no, you can't go and speak there, blah, blah, blah. And she said, no, let's have this conversation. They pay me this much per hour. When I go away, I get a stipend. You just pay me that. I stay here at home. I don't go anywhere. I do it when Afagi Maluzobon. Now you see, these are some of the issues about unpaid work and things that we are not talking about. COVID came with some positives, and I mean the president says, don't let a crisis pass you. Don't let a good crisis pass you by. Because we then started juggling and working from home and understanding, and that doesn't work for everybody. Some people, I mean, I have a friend, he would say to me, it was not COVID, we'd just be sitting and chilling out, and he would say to me, hey, I must go home to be abused by my children, because they are jumping on you and doing all of that. But with mom, you don't feel like it's abuse, because you want them to be jumping at you and all of that. So with that background, how you create the balance, and I'll give you my example. Tokozani knows this. He used to be my mentee, this one. He used to be a mentee, he was a little person. And he did good. He did really, and he's one of the people you point at and say, you know, at vets, when they were giving us grief, I had to go and fight to say, but I want to continue to mentor this person. I want to continue to be there were two of you with another one. And nobody wanted to take these young kids. And I had to really fight. I was much younger than but I felt that I have this information. I need to give it to these young people. But as a mother and a wife, and 3 things happened to me. One is that I don't wake up. I'm not an early person. And I had to tell Pascal, to say, that was our city manager, Pascal, these 7 o'clock meetings don't work for me. Mina, I have to go and drop off my children. And then when I've dropped them off, I go back into bed. So please don't do 7 o'clock. I'm here at 10 o'clock. And guess what? I'm going to give you the output. I'm going to give you every single thing you want from me. So let's have this deal and have it done. Secondly, just understand that there are times when I will not be able to be here because I've got a sister who is not well. And my sister is a person with disability. Sometimes she can't take herself to places that she wants to get to.
Sure.
So I need to be there. So you need to understand that. And because I come from her background, I come from an audit background, you know, when we're at Ernst & Young, you have to fill in what is called a timesheet. So if you went out and had a smoke, you put it as idle time. Yeah, if you know better. So we used to do that. I don't know nowadays, Bella, but Tina, back then. So in the audit environment, because every hour you spend, you're charging it to the client.
Sure.
So you need to account for it, right? So because of that, I'm always accustomed to this time management and timesheeting myself. So in the event that I have not been able to be at the office for the 2 hours that I've taken my sister, or I've had to do something else, I will be working at 10 p.m. And I will make up that time because your conscience has to do it for you, because you want that freedom to be able to do all the other things 100%. That you want to do with your children and your work-life balance. Secondly, this voice thing is not a talk show. Having your voice really means going there and telling them that this is not going to work for me, and this is how I'm going to do this.
Sure.
Thirdly, it means you too don't micromanage the people you work with. Don't leave them to be the best they can. Just allow them that space to go out there and trust them. Because if I trust you, you know, I had a dad that was generous to a fault. And we always never wanted to ask him for things because he would go out of his way to do them even when he couldn't. And that is because of the relationship he had with us. So even these young people and all these women in here who have all these balls to juggle, they need to be able to say, you know, my boss is not going to breathe down my neck. In fact, I'm going to go and have a coffee with you. I'm just going to go with Busi, have coffee. I'm not doing anything intellectual. I'm just taking time. But importantly, that mentor and that coach, and things are remembered better when they are told in a story. I have a son who was a drug addict. And he went, so drugism has nothing to do with poverty or whatever. Ask me, I'll tell you. I used to run around the streets looking for him in the street out of Abantu Balalama pipe. So you get to a point where you are addicted to your own child's addiction.
Sure.
Now we are still juggling this stuff, and you still have to get to the office, and you still have that presentation to make, and you still have to look good, and you still have to be kind to everybody else, because you don't have to drag them into your mess, right? So you really need to have the right positive frame of mind all the time, because you live in your head every minute, every second.
Wow.
Right? So my son, who is a druggie, I would have to be a sponsor for him. So as a woman, find yourself a sponsor. And they usually would say the sponsor should not be your family. But because I'm so close to him, and I always beat myself up, how come I didn't see this? What happened here? Same with the women, whether you're in business or in the workplace, look for the signs. What are the people going through?
Sure.
Give them the positive affirmations to say, oh, you look good, you know, and mean it. Don't say you look good and you don't mean it. You look good and then maujiga, the smile is good. Mean it. Make it worth the while. In public, during a meeting, say, hey, Mapifo, Amara, you're my superstar, man. You know what you did? Ah, man. Make the people feel that whatever it is they are doing every single day is worth it. I have the most amazing helper. And I can tell you now, as women, that industry is an industry that all of us take for granted. When Auntie is not there, the wheels come off.
Yeah.
Completely.
That's true.
Kuribona.
That's true.
Katlagokamo wants his kaftin, the other one wants the bag. Bona, it is a nightmare.
That's true.
And when you don't say thank you, every time she does, even if you have to say it 20 times to say thank you, please. Hey, Auntie, I am sorry. The other day, I think I was a bit. The same thing you do to your employees, to your business partners, because to err is human. Sometimes you do and you say things that, if you could catch it in the air, you could have caught it.
Yeah.
But you already said it. So as you continue to juggle your balls, get yourself a mentor, get yourself a sponsor, get yourself a coach, get yourself quiet time.
Ooh.
Get yourself quiet time. Yazi uzithengela ama chips. Uhlale phansi uthi yazi ngizoba sidudla namhlanje. Lama chips are going to go everywhere where they are not supposed to go to. But I am going to buy this kota and chips and have it. And not feel guilty that, oh, my children. No, they'll survive. They'll survive, trust me. So you always also, it sounds selfish, but you do need to put yourself forward. And I only learned this when my son was at rehab and I needed to go through all the sessions. I needed to go there and support him. And I needed to learn how to unlearn, I needed to unlearn being over supportive and protective.
Wow.
I needed to learn that.
Wow.
Because I then became an addict.
Sure.
Sometimes I wouldn't even eat for days. I'm now the addict. I didn't choose to do that. So you need to work it, and work it the same way you work it at home. Work it with your team.
Wow.
Ask them. Sometimes people feel you're being intrusive when you ask. One of my team members, day before yesterday, said, hey, Sis P, I'm in hospital, I've got stomach something, but please don't share in the group. And when somebody tells me, I share in the office group, let's pray for so-and-so. But some people don't feel okay with that. And I've only just learned this now in my old age, that 2 people that I shared their stories about, but they were going through other stuff. So when you go through that stuff, you want to balance.
Yeah.
Not just your own, but
Yeah.
everybody else.
Hey, I'm seeing Bab Thokozane is like 5 minutes. We are enjoying this conversation, right? Like Uma has a way of just pulling you in. But I think with the work-life balance, you touched on so many things around. Firstly, what stood out is having a great work ethic, right? And also having courageous conversations with your leaders in terms of boundaries, right? And then having support, filling your cup, having your quiet time. But I think the support, I think as women, and I was privileged to have a lot of mentors, and I still do have, where I'd visit them and I realized they have au pairs, they have drivers, they have aboneni bai too. And then that's when you realize, oh, I can do this. It's just that with time you will be able to have that capacity to have that support around you, and you shouldn't be shy, but to embrace it. So I'm going to take about 3 questions in the audience before Bab Togazane kills me, because I'm sure the audience wants to engage and ask as many questions. So if I can ask someone to help me with the roaming mic. Unfortunately, okay, it's fine. We'll share this one. That's true. That's true. Can I go ahead? Yes.
Thank you, ladies, for that beautiful conversation. So my name is Phuti. I'm from Nedvest, ironically. And Sis Vusi, as I affectionately call her, is my boss or my leader or my manager. And, you know, I just wanted to comment on something that she touched on specifically, you know, to say, the platforms that have been created in our organization and just my experience, you know, in general. And I think it's probably hard for her sitting there thinking, okay, I'm saying these things, I hope she can attest to it. But just long story cut short, I think the main thing for me is, you know, I'm a living almost testimony of what she speaks about, you know, from the perspective of, you know, I came in as a young graduate from the university, and, you know, I've progressed in my career as the managing director of the accounting firm. And, you know, not to blow our own horn, but, you know, we are remunerated well, performance is rewarded, we have... job. You know, in the past probably 2 years, I've been to several countries all over the world.
Wow.
You know, so it's people don't leave. When we come, we stay. So the things she speaks about and you know, touching even on what the doctor spoke about, we feel like we are standing on shoulders of a giant, and that's who she is. Thank you so much.
And I think that I commend you for taking the opportunity to honor her. You know, often we don't give people their roses while they're still alive, so thank you for that.
And she is right. I think Phuti and Busi have been working together for more than 10 years now. And when Busi became the group CEO, Phuti was appointed the CEO. So yeah, it's a story that I know very well.
Wonderful panel, ladies. It was really, really insightful. My name is Kutlwana Ngwarati, and I'm the founder of High Rises, which is a data and AI mentorship program for women in Africa. But my question really is around, what do you guys say to men when they feel excluded with these conversations? Because I get quite a lot of young men saying, but we'd love to join. So I get the allyship and sponsorship from men in high positions in order to get more women into those positions, but the younger generation are really starting to feel excluded from these programs. And we also mentioned that, you know, there's not many men as mentors that will say, let's have a conversation or have this type of platform. So when I'm asked those questions, I really struggle to answer, but I'd just love to have your opinion. Thank you.
That's a powerful, powerful question. Can I take 2 more, and then I'll ask our panelists to maybe just answer all 3 of them at the same time?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good day, thanks. Midday. My name is Andisiwe Ramurage. I'm a counseling psychologist, and I major in trauma counseling, and I'm also a chairperson of an NPO, and I'm a director of my own agriculture and energy company. I just wanted to add on that, please, I'm very inspired by what you've done today. This program is very excellent, and I really value it and appreciate it. Please, when you try and do things like this, like on a ground level to townships, like to engage with younger people, to assist them develop and groom them. Even if you can host one maybe in Tembisa or Alexandra or Soweto, wherever, can we please try and do it on the township Kasi level? This is a wonderful initiative.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any hand. Maybe, Ole, we can wrap up so that
Yes.
at least the next panel can also...
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think, yes, if maybe, Sis Pilisa, if you can answer the one on what do you say to men who feel excluded, and then after that, our parting, our closing remarks. Okay. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much for that. Just on the Soweto, Tembisa, blah, blah, blah story, I just want to share that. You see those ladies sitting there at that table? They are doing a township economic development and support. So I think they must sit on Thokozani's neck to take this thing to the Kasi. She does manufacturing of this stuff that makes us look pretty in Tembisa for people with disability. And the lady in the wheelchair and the lady next to her also work with people with disability on issues of access in Soweto, etc. So this is brilliant stuff. And I know you didn't ask me this, but I have to tell you this. Oftentimes when you get to things like this, and this is not original, I attend a lot of these sessions, so I also learn from panelists. And one of these panelists said, don't ever put your bag next to the seat, on the seat next to you, because you are waiting for somebody you know. Don't do that. Just leave it open and always sit next to somebody you don't know, so that you get to know these people. And that is the power of networking.
Yeah.
Get to know them. Because how would I have known what it is they do and take it and play it forward? And to my disappointment, should I say this? Last year, I promised her something. I actually went and sought her out after I'd met her, and I said, I want to work with you, I want to do something with you. And then Senior Moments happened, and I forgot who I was doing this work for. But I did all this work, so I show her on my phone that it is you. This is all the stuff that I was doing for you. Now these are the contacts you need to talk to. But I felt bad that we've lost a year. She last contacted me in May. And what Doc said, when you have a mentor or a something, you are chase it. Don't be scared to continue knocking. Just keep knocking. So nami nomung klapile, so nami nya klapa right back. Because Doc told us so. Now, I used to work for UN Women, and we ran a program on the high-end industries. And one of the things that we did was the He for She program. Just to answer there, you can Google it, the He for She. Your He for She people are your Thokozanis who go out of their way and do a women empowerment and development program, whether in leadership or whatever. So, because you want to make sure that you don't leave out the men. Doc said that when she started. She said, we have to work with the men. The same way when I'm in a panel on GBV, you have to work with the men, because women are not the ones that are beating you up most of the time. They do another subtle kind of abuse on each other. But the beating up, it is men. So you need to work with the men. You need to bring them into the spaces, because you'll find the he for she's that are like Thokozani, who will take the programs forward. So tell them that there are those programs. There is a program of young men who call themselves What About the Boys? Right? So there are people, there are organizations that do this. We just need to harness them and say, where do we plug and play to complement each other in the work that we do? Because when you speak the diversity that she talks about, is to make sure you surround yourself with people who don't have the same ideas that you have. So that you get to know and learn other things. Nice. So that's the importance of working with the others. And lastly, on the UN Women program, because we're choosing the high-end industries, ICT, energy, agriculture, there were 5 of them, transport, etc. We're not saying catering and safety are not important. But these high-end industries, you are only going to learn from those who are ahead of you. And our history tells us it's the men that were ahead of us, right? So you need to bring them in. Don't make them feel small. Same thing that I'm saying, young people, don't make us feel small because you have arrived, because we know things that you don't know. So the same way, your answers are simple to them. Just Google a few things. And lastly, when you are in those in those environments, in the boardroom that you was talking about, it's your society has made you feel like you're out there. Don't always say yawazi. Say, wait, I'll get back to you. And then you phone Ole and say, hey, mama. So. She says, and when you, oh, and you know, remember that thing? This is, because you are surrounding yourself with the right kinds of people and the right energy.
Thank you so much, Ma. Closing remarks, quickly, in 1 minute.
Yeah, I think there's quite a lot that we still have a long way to go in terms of making sure that women are represented in the boardroom, in the public sector, in the economy.
Yeah.
And I mean, if 51% of the population consists of women, it means there's potentially quite a big market that's not being adequately served. So there's so much opportunity for women to be in the economy and to drive economic change. And I think sessions like this really help and encourage those kinds of conversations. And yeah, we need to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, 100%.
Thank you, Ole. I would like to say as part of my closing remarks that as women, most of us in this room, we're already in executive roles, we're already in business. We need to lift as we rise. You know, we need to help others. You know, they say each one, teach one. We need to be willing to impart knowledge. And we mustn't just aspire to make a living, but we must aspire to make a difference. You know, Sis Pili spoke about work-life balance. You know, when you look at us as women, because we have families, it is indeed difficult sometimes. But unfortunately about, you know, taking care of your family, sometimes there's no philosophy. You know, as an accountant, I could read the accounting standards, and the next accountant could read the accounting standards, and would both prepare the same sets of financial statements. But when it comes into managing our families, it's different, you know. So you just need to trust God. And also because most of the time we are not home because we're running our businesses or because we are chairing meetings, you come back home, you end up, you know, spoiling your kids because you're trying to make up for the time that you're not with them. But just remember, the Bible says it's important that we train our kids the way we want them to be when they grow up.
100%. So
we don't train them the way they want to be trained. We don't try to be nice because we want to close that gap, that's
100%.
because we're not there with them, because otherwise we are spoiling them. And now, for those who are entrepreneurs, just remember that it's difficult when you are an entrepreneur if you're from corporate, because at corporate, you used to have that mentor that you never asked for, which was your boss. Even if you were a CEO, you were reporting to the chairman. If you were a chairman, you were reporting to the board of directors or to the shareholders. And those people were your sounding board, you know. But all of a sudden, when you are an entrepreneur, you are your own boss. So it's very easy to make wrong judgments or mistakes because you're thinking there's no one who can tell you, you know, everything starts and ends with you. So you need to have the strategy that's going to work as your standard, because each time you deviate, you'll be able to come back because there's this living document that guides you. But most often when we are entrepreneurs, we think we'll do things as we please because we are our own bosses. Yeah. And lastly, I would like to say the issue of mentorship. When you get a mentor, make sure that it's someone that if I were to wake up that mentor in the middle of the night and say, who's your mentee? They know you. So this is a person that you have a relationship with.
Powerful.
Meaning this person, you have that continuous program where you go and sit with this person and they guide you. And it doesn't mean that everything they will tell you is absolute, you know, because they are not trained as mentors. They are sharing with you what they know because they are in leadership roles. But it shouldn't be someone who's a role model. You know, you look at Beyonce on TV, you say, Beyonce is my mentor. This person doesn't know you. I'm not saying the chances of meeting Beyonce are remote. However, be realistic.
100%.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you. Thank you for being an amazing audience. I think my key takeaways are, you know, I always leave with a quote, and I love Michelle Obama, and she says, if you're afraid to use your voice, give up your seat at the table. Remember, there's enough room for us at the table, so we need to keep lifting as we rise. However, I want to leave on a South African quote. After Dr. Paulina, it would be really remiss of me not to say, remember, it's your own race, your own pace, and your own journey. Thank you very much.
Are you okay? Okay, thank you. Thank you for a wonderful session. I think the day has not stopped giving, so I think it's been getting better and better with each conversation that we have, and really our cups are, you know, overflowing. But noting that as women, but as people, we have to strive to balance. So we're going to try and see if we can make up a little bit of the time that we've gone over. I would invite everyone to please grab some tea, coffee, drinks outside. Perhaps give about 10 minutes to do so. Okay. Shorter than that. I think that's what we'd like to see, but I think practically speaking, it might be a little bit longer than 5 minutes, but you're really invited to grab a drink, some snacks. Please bring them in and enjoy them here while we have our next session. I'd also request from the next panel, so we'll be talking about doing business across borders, and I know we've got one of the guests joining us online, but to the other guests, just to make sure that you're all mic'd up during this short break. We can use the bathroom, but grab a snack and please come in as quickly as possible so that we can get going on the next segment. Thank you, everybody. It's part of the program. I can hear from the conversations that people are using the opportunity to network and to reflect. But in the interest of time, we'd like to kind of add more thoughts, more experiences to the conversation. So for the next session, that's looking at really how trade is taking place across the continent, and I will allow the facilitator to speak to this topic a little bit more. I'm just going to at least introduce you to the facilitator of this next session so that you get a sense of who she is, an accomplished facilitator. So Nompulelo Rawlinson is a growth strategist with a long career, so spanning over a decade. And she, amongst her expertise, and it includes asset management, retail banking, and insurance. She says she is fanatical about the development of African economies and people, so that's wonderful to hear. And the role that the financial services and tech can play in improving the economic outcomes of the people on the continent. So most recently, she's worked in the strategy team at Old Mutual Africa Region segment, where she is responsible for facilitating the strategy development, business planning, reporting, and coordination of all strategy-related events in the business that consists of 27 operating entities in 12 countries on the continent. So that is a huge portfolio. I don't know how you manage all of that. She's also the vice chairperson of the Old Mutual Africa Holdings Employment Equity Committee. So I'm really looking forward to this session. I mentioned that previously, a few weeks back, I was at the Africa Climate Summit. So, really the African continent celebrating some of the opportunities that are arising from responding to the climate challenge. But also, we've recently had the BRICS Summit. So a lot, has been spoken about what the continent can achieve. And I'm very, very excited about this next segment.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies. Just turned midday. So, as our MC has spoken already, I'm Nompumelelo Rawlinson, and I will be your moderator for this conversation as we navigate how do we do business cross borders, and particularly on the African continent. The panelists joining me today are two very esteemed business leaders, running large, successful corporations on the African continent, so they really know what they're talking about. Both of them are actually joining us online, streaming to our hybrid session. So I would love to encourage everybody online to also comment and share their questions as we go through the session. So our first panel member this morning is Ms. Edith Chia. Edith is the Group Chief Executive Officer of Old Mutual Malawi, which is a leading financial services group in Malawi with business interests in property, asset management, as well as the insurance and pensions segment. Recently, she was appointed to serve as a member of the Presidential Private Sector Council, established by His Excellency Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi. And this committee aims to spearhead Malawi's economic transformation agenda and economic revolution of Malawi. Hi, Edith. Welcome to the session.
Hi, Mpumi. Great to see you.
Thank you so much for joining us. We are also on the panel this morning. We have Mr. Michael Sudakasa, who is chairman of the African Business Group, and he's also CEO of the African Fertilizer and Agribusiness Partnership. Michael has nearly 3 decades of professional experience. He's a commercial attorney specializing in intellectual property, broadcast media, and cross-border transactions. His field of expertise is in economic development, and his areas of speciality are in African private sector development, international trade and investment promotion and facilitation, corporate finance, and private equity investment. Sure, an accomplished man. Michael's also currently the International Trade and Infrastructure Chair of the Africa CSO Committee of the Africa-EU Partnership Forum. And he's also the past chair of the African Law Committee of the section of the International Law of the American Bar Association, and has also served on the boards of the Calvert New Africa Fund. Michael, how are you? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon, Mpumi, and to all those in the audience.
Thank you so much for joining us today. So just to kick off our discussion, I think a good place to start would be a reflection on when we think about this year's African Economic Outlook, which was published by the African Development Bank, they're saying that despite the confluence of all the multiple economic shocks, the African region still has some of the world's fastest growing economies. And the real GDP growth for the years 23 to 24 will still surpass that of the global average. So when one thinks about this data point, it just speaks a lot to the potential of this continent, despite all the headwinds that we've had with COVID, the Russia-Ukraine crisis. The outlook for this continent is still very, very bright. So I want to turn to our panelists and just from your reflections, where are you seeing the opportunities for doing business across this continent? And this could be at a sector level or even geographic level. Edith, can I start with you?
Thank you very much, Mpumi. I fully agree with that observation that you make. Yes, we are operating across the continent with some challenging macros. I think some of the most challenging globally. However, the opportunities in there abound. If I speak to Malawi specifically, our inflation level as of July was 28.4%. We have foreign currency reserve shortages, but that notwithstanding, we see quite a number of challenges. Just to highlight some of the issues that we're seeing, trends, the Malawi Stock Exchange, for example, registered a significant positive return. At the end of July was just over 100%. The financial service sector performance, very strong, with average profitability of each of these entities at half year at just about 30%. So when I look at what Africa presents, quite a number of opportunities. I'll speak to a few. The first issue is around the infrastructure deficit that we actually see across markets. So, Malawi specifically, for example, let's talk about energy, which is a significant and a very important component if we are going to propel economic growth. Current position in Malawi, we have installed capacity of about 442 megawatts, with just about 385, which is available, against a demand currently of 740 megawatts. You can see that we have almost a 40% power deficit. I know this is something that is also quite prevalent in most of the markets. This is an opportunity that each business leader would be looking at and saying, so how do I actually leverage on this opportunity to actually make investments that will pay off for the shareholder? Additionally, when you look at the energy, whilst we're talking about installed capacity and available capacity, we also see that it's just a minimum number of people, or the percentage, a proportion of the population that have access to electricity. In Malawi, for example, this is at 14%. I know that as we go up the continent, these numbers vary quite a lot. But currently, we have a deficit. There is issues in the education. We also need an educated society across the continent. So quite a number of opportunities there. Student housing, for example, is a deficit across most markets. And as Old Mutual, we're also looking at such opportunities. We're looking at agriculture. Food is quite important. Outside food itself, we also need as a continent to ensure that we boost up our trade balance. At the moment, most of the markets are currently exporting without quite a number of, without adding value to the exports that we're doing. Agriculture is the backbone of most markets across the continent. Malawi specifically, that's the backbone of the economy. A number of opportunities in there. We need to boost up, as I already talked about, foreign currency shortages. We need to boost up our trade surplus, and agriculture is one of the easiest means of us doing that. And urbanization. We currently have quite a significant rural population. We are seeing more and more societies moving into the urban areas, and their infrastructure needs are enormous. We need, the housing shortage is very real. There's a significant gap, and we need more and more investment to come through and support the urbanization that is going through. Issues like roads, water are also quite pertinent. Mpumi, those are just some of the opportunities that I would really want the participants in the room to be aware of. There is a lot of opportunity on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Edith. Can I turn to you, Michael? Just, I do know that you have interest in a lot of different sectors on the continent, so it would be very interesting to hear from your perspective where you see those big opportunities are.
Sure, thank you. And I, like Edith, definitely see tremendous opportunity in the agricultural sector. I thought I would just pick up on that and start there. Both the World Bank and the African Development Bank have projected Africa's food market and agricultural market to be $1 trillion market in the next 7 years. We still, on the continent, import roughly $50 to $60 billion worth of food. And the idea is that if that's substituted with locally produced product, that creates an opportunity. South Africa, which is where I believe that the preponderance of the participants today are based, actually has a tremendous opportunity to also supply other countries in Africa with value-added food or create value chains through the African Continental Free Trade Area. So I want to flag that piece of legislation and that initiative as one that colleagues who are thinking about international expansion get to know more about. I think from the perspective that I work, and again, I don't know if it was mentioned in my introduction, but I'm originally from the U.S. I've lived in South Africa 24 years. Africa Business Group, which I'm the chairman of, is an economic development firm, which is how I got to know Thokozani and GrowthMap. We worked with the African Fertilizer and Agribusiness Partnership as advisors for 8 years. And when my predecessor, who's also from the U.S., returned to the U.S., I was asked to step in as CEO, which I've done since last May. Agriculture has many components to the value chain and food system, which is the term that we use. So there's primary production, there's aggregation and just trade, there's value addition, and I think there's opportunities for stakeholders there. When you think about the continent, again, 54 countries, it's important to know that there are economic drivers in each of the 5 regions in terms of countries. So it's a huge, perhaps overwhelming continent if you think of all of them at one time. But in West Africa, you have Nigeria amongst the Anglophone countries and Ghana that really drive the economies. You have Cote d'Ivoire or Ivory Coast and Senegal as leading countries, with Benin coming. And so if one was thinking about a strategy, one, I would think geographically, where do I want to learn more about the market and focus my business? In East Africa, you have Kenya really still as the hub, although Tanzania is growing very rapidly and Uganda is developing as well. Tanzania on the ag side and as a transportation corridor through the Dar es Salaam port there. Kenya really around tech, to some degree agriculture, but it is, for many companies that are global companies, the alternative destination as an entry to Africa, to Johannesburg in South Africa or Cape Town in South Africa. So you have many countries that have their rest of Africa operations based in Nairobi. You also have, as a growing market in Eastern Africa, Ethiopia, although across the continent in the Sahelian region of West Africa, in different pockets, conflict creates kind of a dampening of interest in those markets. But with 100 million people in Ethiopia, it really can't be ignored. In the center of the continent, DRC, which is the 4th largest country on the continent, Tremendous need for infrastructure. As Edie said, there's a lot of power is needed, roads are needed, but the sheer size of the consumer market makes it a market to be focused on. In North Africa, Egypt is now, it toggles between Nigeria as the #1 economy on the continent. At some years lately, it's been South Africa the second, Egypt third, or those flop. But Egypt is definitely a major player across Africa, and as a part of COMESA, the Common Market of Eastern Southern Africa, you have an angle into it from this region, although South Africa is only part of SADC. But if you're looking to expand, it's important to know that potential to trade through COMESA exists. You also have in our region countries like Zambia, even Zimbabwe, which had tremendous value addition capacity in the 80s and 90s, and you still have a lot of trade with South Africa. These all are markets, which is what I wanted to make known, that one might think about. In terms of sectors, technology, renewable energy is key. Even areas like the creative industry, television, music, arts, are growing because we have a young population on the continent. In the next 25, a little less than that, years, we'll have 250 million a working population, most of whom are around 25 years old. So if you think of producing for demographics, Edith mentioned that we also have a rapidly urbanizing community on the continent. That will create market opportunities. So I've talked about tech, I've talked about creatives, energy, the financial services sector, and particularly mobile finance is one that is growing very rapidly. Something that's often overlooked are the remittances that comes from people who aren't based in their home country sending monies at home. These are now close to trillions of dollars, definitely in the multi-billions of dollars, and they significantly support communities all across the continent. There are ways to try and develop diaspora bonds and things like that to use those capital, that capital perhaps more productively. But there's opportunity for innovation in that space, and that's something that one should look at. I think that a key aspect of the first steps, because how do you get started in thinking about cross-border, is travel. You know, on the continent, very often when we have, it's vacation time, people want to leave the continent and say they've been to Dubai or been to Europe or been to the US. And increasingly, as someone who travels quite a bit on the continent, I'm seeing more of that, and I just want to encourage more of that. In South Africa, we have short left S-H-O-T apostrophe T commercials to travel around the country. Well, we should expand that a little bit to short left and travel around the continent. Because when you do that travel, and particularly if you align it to trade shows, exhibitions, and conferences, it's quite easy to start seeing where your business may have a comparative advantage compared to local companies, to meet partners with whom you can collaborate. But without that, I still think the continent suffers from too high a level of negative messages through, let's say, news, through even some of the television themes, et cetera. And unless one goes for oneself, it's very difficult to create those linkages. And do know that others from other parts of the world definitely see Africa as the 21st century market. So when one is based on the continent, it's not like you're competing in a vacuum. There will be European companies, there will be American companies, there will be Chinese, India companies, very serious about the African market because they've studied it, they've studied the trends, and they understand that it's a fast-growing market, as has been mentioned, in terms of GDP growth, in terms of population growth, and that means opportunity growth.
Wow, thank you so much. Clearly, there's no shortage of opportunities on this continent. And if I'm to summarize it succinctly, agriculture food security and just helping us get to that net trade exporter status is one way, one very big opportunity on the continent. Secondly, I'm hearing we have a big infrastructure gap, especially in the energy sector. And then there are the gaps in tech and opportunities for tech, as well as financial services, especially in the remittances space. Geographically, he did mention Nigeria, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire in the west of the continent. In the east, we're looking at markets such as Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and in the north of Africa, more Egypt. Having considered...
Can I just add tourism?
Oh, yes, tourism. Very important one.
That was a major omission.
So when you consider doing business beyond borders, just that concept, what does that mean to you, especially in the context of us here on the continent? Does the concept of borders actually result in a barrier to entry?
We have real barriers, unfortunately, on the continent that our regional economic communities who are focused on regional integration are trying to address. The biggest one for me that you know, through social media I comment on are mobility barriers. You know, if you are someone who is off the continent, so I hold a US passport. In many countries, I can go either visa on arrival or it's a very unobtrusive visa application process. But I have colleagues, the organization that I head now, AFAP, we are in 9 countries around the continent. We're in Mozambique, we're in Zambia, we're in Malawi, we're in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Nigeria, and Ghana. I've got a colleague who's been invited to go to Cote d'Ivoire who holds a Zim passport. To go to Cote d'Ivoire, I can get a visa on demand, or on arrival. For him, he has to go into the embassy in Pretoria, and he's worried about whether he's going to be able to get there. We've been invited to that meeting by the Economic Community of West African States. If someone was from the UK, someone's from the US or France, it would be much easier. So for me, one of the challenges that we have are mobility. I think, though, that, for example, in Southern Africa, it's a much more homogeneous market, and people can move, and that's starting to happen in East Africa, in the East African community, and in ECOWAS. So if you are a passport holder, citizen of those regions, it is getting a lot easier to have more of a borderless economy. We still have the challenge, though, of, for the most part, doing business in dollars, which means you have to change your local currency into a dollar value. You can lose money in that currency exchange process. There are institutions like the Afrexim Bank working to create settlement systems that allow someone to change, you know, to trade rand to kwacha or other, or franc or shilling. But those are some of the challenges that we have to work out. And then, you know, we were talking, and again, started out with either talking about infrastructure. We still need better logistics. It's expensive to move product around the continent by air, road, or sea. And sometimes things can be less expensive landed from Asia to Africa than from one country in Africa to the other. So these are all things that there are, you know, many colleagues who are working on. But when you think about trade, you see them, and you know that they have to be addressed. One last area that I will mention that is growing is e-commerce. Amazon has made an investment in South Africa and a few other countries. We have some African players in that space, but I think that there's tremendous potential now using the internet to market one's products, and there are payment systems to settle, to work through making those trades. In most countries, we don't have functioning postal services, unfortunately, so that means that everything has got to be express couriered, which again adds a cost to it. But these are the opportunities. There are many more events that are globally based. I mean, they're on the continent and globally competitive in terms of how they're presented. And so they offer an opportunity, I think, for one to go to a market, meet counterparts in your industry, see products, compare your products with them. And that's a tremendous plus, because to get market information about different countries on the continent historically has been difficult. So now I think it's getting better.
Thank you so much for those contributions. Edith, I'd like to bring you back into the conversation. And the one thing I'd like to find out from you is, what are some of the things to consider when you wish to do business across the continent? And do you think, as a female entrepreneur or business person, there are specific differences or challenges that are specific to us?
Yeah, thanks, Mpumi. So Michael mentioned some of the issues that need to be top of mind. So on travel, he mentioned issues around just access, getting into the country. But one other area is around just the connectivity flights. For example, I'm in Malawi, surrounded by Zambia, Mozambique, and Tanzania. To get direct flights in those three is not as straightforward. Sometimes one has to travel to SA and then back into the continent, which is also not a very efficient way of traveling. Much as we have trading blocks across the continent, one thing that I would highlight is that most of these markets are different. There are certain cultural nuances that each business leader has to be very aware. So, for example, you go to East Africa, there's Nairobi, there's Kampala, and then there's Dar es Salaam. Very distinct in terms of how they run their things, but it's one trading block. So it's something that we need to be quite sensitive to when we go into these markets. I think the other issue I would also want to highlight is around policy development across the different markets. So yes, there are opportunities coming through, trading blocks trying to come through. Michael mentioned the free trade area that is coming through. However, we see different governments actually developing quite differently, where they put in some, maybe we could say that more like closing out the market or protectionist kind of policies. And these are some things that need to be top of mind when we go to this market. But the most important thing, like Michael has said, is ensuring that you have the networks, you go in, you fully understand, and then you can actually have a very risk-adjusted entry strategy in some of these markets. I think the other key one that I would want to mention, something that also really is quite a challenge, the currencies across these markets. It's quite important if you're investing from one market to the next to actually fully understand what is driving each of these currencies and also the outlook they are in, because the business cases can actually be made or broken on the basis of the same. So these are some of the challenges. You also asked me the question around gender-specific issues, business and maybe being a woman across the continent. I think the most basic thing I can say is business is around networking, and how you actually get into the networks that really matter for the kind of sector that you're coming through is quite important. Some of our societies are still quite closed to women leaders. You get people that are networks based on clubs, association, etc. So it is quite important to actually to have some business intelligence for specific markets to fully understand which networks to be on and where to actually get the kind of intelligence that you require to actually go into that market. Thank you, Mpumi.
Thank you, Edith. So I think what's becoming more and more apparent is that although the size of the pie is big, there is a lot of opportunity. There's also scope for policy development. There's also scope for our governments and our leadership to play a role in unlocking all these opportunities that have been identified. I think I want to turn the conversation to a more personal level now. And I'd like for you to just weigh in when you think about your leadership journey. What would you say are some of the key traits, some of the skills, some of the qualities that a business person would need to work successfully on this continent? Edith, can I start with you?
Thank you very much, Pumi. So I started my journey in the oil industry, downstream specifically, and then after about 12 years there, moved on to financial services. What are some of the skills? I think across the African continent, like we have already spoken about, the economy, the volatility of the macros that actually change quite significantly over such a short period of time is something that is a given. At least in my book, I actually say I need to expect change, and sometimes change can happen so fast. And I think the need for one to actually just be very attuned to that and be able to change and adapt to the changing environment is very key. Sometimes the changes can happen overnight. Sometimes they can happen and you can actually have a projected outlook to say this is where things are going. But the most important thing is on the continent, adaptability is key. If we're going to, so it does not matter which sector you are in. Michael mentioned some of the challenges that we face are very basic hygiene, maybe in other markets. So for example, when I was in the oil industry, the issue around logistics, efficiency, costs therein is real. And it makes a difference between one business entity to the next. And as a result of that, continuously, what one needs to be very attuned to is to fully understand what is happening across the value chain. For example, in the market that I was operating in, a landlocked one, what is happening in the next market and into the next market is very key. So fully understanding, fully being in tune with what is happening around you, that will have an impact on the kind of work or business that you're doing in that specific market is key. Thanks. Maybe I should stop there for now.
Thank you so much. Michael, would you like to weigh in?
Sure. I think in the African continent and context, and probably globally in general, there's a need to be patient in what you're doing. There's definitely a need to plan and do your research, but just to recognize that things typically don't happen as fast as you'd like. I think from a leadership standpoint and an individual standpoint, one has to have a certain level of perseverance and what people call grit, if you will, particularly going into other markets, because you also have to have cultural sensitivity. In some instances, you need to learn new languages or enough words in the language to be able to really communicate with people. The continent has different religions, and definitely there are different mores in terms of the relationships between men and women in doing business, etc. That takes time to understand and navigate. I'm also reminded by Mari, who is with Old Mutual and a good friend. She sent me a text. She said, don't forget to tell people about the importance of what we call disaster risk reduction, having a business continuity plan. Because the thing that is happening increasingly is climate change on the continent, and it disrupts your best laid plans, irrespective of sector. And so from small business to the larger businesses tend to do this, but definitely small and medium-sized businesses you're really doing a heightened risk assessment. What are the things that could happen that might derail my efforts, and how can I work to mitigate them? I think that's also key, and definitely as a leader of an organization, you want to start, and there's a whole toolkit of steps that one can take towards this, but it's important. And you know, just to mention that there are organizations like Arise, which Modi and I are part of, that can help with that. But even at the national level, in some instances at the provincial level, and if you're in a large metro, even at the city level, there are teams of professionals that could help you start thinking about de-risking your internationalization effort. And that's really you know, one of the things that I think it's important to do. At the end of the day, I do think it helps if you're a pragmatic optimist when you think about Africa, and you're able to also compartmentalize the fact that as much as one thing in one country could impact your country, as Edith mentioned, it shouldn't shy you away from pursuing things in the next country. You know, overall, I'm definitely optimistic about what is happening on the continent, the growth perspective or potential, and I just see opportunity everywhere. You know, my colleagues in the U.S. are you coming back? And I'm like, but there's so much here that hasn't been done. Just food alone. You know, if you're going to double the population in the next 30 years, we have to double the food production from a food security standpoint. There's a lot of business in that. You have more people, young people, they're listening, they're looking for content, so all the media houses are looking for more content. So again, it's a growth story to me for Africa in this millennium, and that creates business opportunities. So I think if you look at it that way, and you're agile and nimble and have some grit and patience, you can't help but succeed.
Great, thanks, Michael. So, few key things: the spirit of adaptability, be okay with change, just expect it, live with it. Also, to take a long-term view. There's still a lot that needs to be unearthed. So taking a long-term view and being patient, positively patient in the meantime, is what's necessary. I don't know if we have time for one or two questions from the audience before we ask for closing remarks. Yes, there's a lady in the blue. Can we get a mic?
We cannot hear her question.
And can we get a different microphone?
My name is Zukiswa. I run a company called Ndlovukati on Wheels. However, my background is in commercial insurance. I understand you are part of change. Old Mutual is looking for change, and in terms of employment equity as well. I, however, I applied for a position, and I had a chat with somebody from Old Mutual, where now I'm basing my question on change and employment equity. And I was declined the opportunity because I am currently on a wheelchair, and the question that was posed to me is, how am I going to reach out to clients while I'm in a wheelchair? And I don't see how that should be a problem, my being in a wheelchair and me selling a product to the client, because this is my specialty, this is what I know. So how is now Old Mutual attacking or looking into matters like that? Because according to the Employment Equity Act, I am supposed to, not me per se, but people that are disabled are supposed to be getting their jobs, not because they are disabled, but because they know their job, because they've worked in that industry. So how do you explain that situation to me? that I cannot see a client, I cannot do sales because I am in a wheelchair?
Sure, thank you so much for that question. I'm going to ask Edith to help me unpack what are some of the initiatives and some of the work that Old Mutual as a company is doing to assist members who are, I guess, not just people who are living with disabilities, but just people to be able to do their jobs in a more equitable manner in the workplace.
Right. Thank you very much for that comment. I think as an organization, we have a diversity policy that actually covers quite a lot of areas, which includes issues around disability, gender, race, and quite a number of issues. As you go up the African continent, I think the kind of issues and the kind of targets that we have are quite different. What I can assure you is that in each and every role, I am not so sure about the specific of this particular case, but it's something that comes as a surprise to me because there are specific efforts around ensuring that we have equity in as far as recruitment and the general makeup of our various teams are concerned. Even if it's a role of going to see clients, there are efforts around how people are capacitated to achieve their objectives.
Cool. Thank you, Edith. Sissy, I'm happy to take the conversation offline because we can talk about this all day. Do we have any more questions before we close off? Okay, there's one.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Faith Siku, and I'm a founder and CEO of Zuri Wellness. I'm in the wellness space. I'm in a wellness space, and due to COVID, I found myself having a beautiful opportunity to pivot my business because over the years I was running wellness bars for corporate, and the model of my business was mainly focusing on being a service provider for corporate. And because people were not working and we were working remotely, I then had to pivot. And I got an opportunity to be invited to be part of the African Union Women Fellowship. And the conversations got me thinking because I realized that there was a gap and an opportunity for Africans to know about Africa, to have that passion and the commitment to say, okay, post-COVID, how are we going to rebuild and reconstruct Africa around wellness? So I got an opportunity 2022. I put together all women from Africa, from 55 AU member states, to say, let us speak life into every nation in Africa. And then the AU adopted the program, which ran for 55 days. We started on the 25th of May, ended on the 19th of July, literally opening the scroll of each and every nation in Africa. Why we did that? We wanted to understand Africa. How can we help Africans build a global economy? And then 2023, our main focus was how can women play a significant role in implementing Agenda 2063. So my question is, my program, I'm looking for partners and funders. How can Old Mutual partner with me, and even Bud Michael, how can they partner with me in basically creating this awareness about Africa, and as women, how can women, penetrate these markets in Africa? Thank you.
Michael, you spoke a lot about Africans getting to know Africa. Do you have any words for Faith?
Sure. I mean, first I would say, Faith, there's a tremendous, because I see her message in two ways. One, the wellness industry itself is booming, and particularly with women wanting to, be more involved in it. So that's something that I would encourage you to think about. I don't know whether you had chains. I mean, at different times I've thought about trying to do something like bring Virgin Active to different places. I mean, there's that aspect of wellness, then there's mental wellness, I mean, spas, etc. That's an opportunity. In terms of exposing people to the continent, I mentioned travel. And travel doesn't necessarily just have to be like a holiday. It can be, you know, you're in wellness. There's another cohort of particularly women and men in wellness in Kenya. So if you were to say, I'm going to take a group of wellness stakeholders from South Africa, we're going to go to Kenya. We're going to go to Nigeria. I mean, that in and of itself is an opportunity. Raising funds for that, you know, you'll find, again, with most of the colleagues based in South Africa, just going to different embassies in Pretoria and saying, I'd like to bring a group of people to my country to explore opportunity. You'd be surprised what opportunities come out of that, where you now get invited to have audiences with different stakeholders. DTI, you know, again, having lived in South Africa a long time, has pools of capital, but you have to have knowledge and patience to unlock that capital to help you go. So in terms of just the literal cost of travel. But I think this is an ideal time, so that will be how I will end my comments, again, because of AFTA. AFTA gets implemented by companies. Much as the governments do, it will be corporate Africa, large and small, pushing to do business with one another that will make AFTA work. So if you're part of that process and you're saying, I want to get to know, I'm based in Southern Africa, I want to get to know East Africa, I want to help be a bridge builder to help others in my community, my country, to do that, you will find AU support, you'll find regional economic community support, increasingly even development partners from the West and the East are seeing that is the message that's being mentioned. So they will come to the party. So definitely, you know, I would say more with my chairman of Africa Business Group hat, likely in collaboration with Growth Map, because we've had this conversation, Stoffel Zanning and I, we would love to see how to help you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I get any closing comments from the panelists, just some parting words of wisdom and maybe a call to action for the business leaders in the room in terms of what they can do to broaden their horizons in terms of doing business on the continent?
Yeah, thanks, Mpumi. I think to sum it up, Africa is a continent of opportunities. I think we have listed, just top of mind, quite a lot that can actually be done. In most of the areas, the markets are still, being developed, not yet mature stage. Whether it's financial services, whether it's manufacturing, food, etc., in very early stages of development. So the opportunity is there. I think Michael has really emphasized this issue around travel. It is important to get out of the comfort zone. Go out there, immerse yourself. Have some immersion type of initiatives, whether it's in groups or sectors, into specific markets, just to understand the opportunities, understand how you can actually get into that kind of market, what are the key issues that will make any business successful in that market. I think it's only there, outside just researching and getting the facts through print or media, etc. I think an immersion opportunity is very key. And I think the other one that I also had wanted to highlight is this issue around climate change and the impact and the shocks that it is causing on business and general life and in the society in Africa is huge. There are opportunities around businesses investing, but there's also the risk side in terms of how we can manage, like Michael has said. but most businesses are currently impacted in one way or the other. So, for example, in the last year alone, the number of cyclones that have come through in Southern Africa alone were quite a number. Malawi was not spared. The impact that we've had as a result of that has gone through logistics, has gone through just the cost of living, food security, quite a number of areas. It brings along with it opportunities in terms of how do we manage for such risks. It also brings in opportunity. Now coming to the comment or the question that just came through, wellness and all those issues. How do you as business leaders go into such markets and try to manage some of these shocks that are coming through? Those are opportunities that are readily available. So when we hear that this particular market has been hit by a cyclone or this particular issue, I think the other question should always be, how else can we come in to sort out a need that has come through as a result of that particular shock? But to sum it up, there are opportunities out there. Take the risk, get out of your comfort zone, travel and immerse yourself in specific markets, understand them, and take a calculated risk. Pumi, that's my key message. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edith. One or two words from you, Michael, just in closing?
Sure. On my side, and I echo all that Edith has said, I would like to underscore the importance of partnership. There's a statement that I make to my team, teamwork makes the dream work. And I would like you to think about, when you're looking at other markets, identifying a partner. That takes trust, but it's a significant de-risker, and it accelerates your ability to understand that market immensely. I think gone are the days where one just kind of plucks in and says, I know it all and I'm going to do it all wherever you're from on the continent. So that's one. I think it's important to recognize, as much as there's a market for products, there's a market for skills development. So, and South Africa as an economy has tremendous knowledge that it can offer to a $3 trillion market. That's what the rest of Africa is. I've said to many colleagues that if South Africa just turned its attention north and said, we want to be the supplier of choice, all the unemployment would go away, everybody be working. But you have to have a mindset that you actually can want to pursue those opportunities. Getting out of the comfort zone, I think, is key. The colleague who mentioned pursuing insurance and not being successful, stay at that, because that is one of the key sectors that is growing to address all these shocks that Edith has mentioned. It's having insurance. When you think of business continuity planning, one of the things one of the quivers in your toolkit has to be putting aside money for a rainy day. If you're in Malawi, you can bet in the next 5 years there'll be more cyclones. What do you do about it? Just wait for the cyclones, or do you get insurance so that when the cyclones come, you can build back? So I think it's a bit of that forward thinking that's key. Tremendous time to be thinking about doing business on the continent. That really is all that I can say. It's a very young continent. It's an increasingly wealthy continent, notwithstanding the pockets of poverty that we have. It's an increasingly smaller continent, and it's much easier today to travel around. I've been traveling on the continent most of my life. My mother was an anthropologist, so she took me around before I could even move myself. It's a lot easier to get from north to south to east to west. There are multiple airlines that can take you there. Take advantage of that, because we're still, though, first movers in this space, and AFTA gives you cover, and there's money attached to trying to implement AFTA that one can pursue to mitigate the cost out of pocket. But now is the time. 10 years from now, again, there'll be other players. 15, 20 years from now, you'll find the market shrinking because everybody will have found the secret that Africa is really where one wants to be in this century. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Tumesi, can I hand back to you? Cool.
Good. So thank you very much for that session. That was quite rousing, expansive, and I think exciting. It's true, Africa is the place to be, but referencing some of the conversations we've had already today, that idea of being intentional about expanding your horizons, moving out of the comfort zone to grasp the opportunities that are available there for us all to share. I'd like now to go on to the next session. I know that we are running a little bit behind. I don't think that the next facilitator needs an introduction, so I'll be calling Thokozani to come up, and we'll be speaking very much still on this international collaboration, trade themes, and looking at some of those opportunities and perspectives across the economy. I'll allow Thokozani to introduce his panelists in this session.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. I always say in the program, those who come a bit early in the morning always get the benefits, of having decent conversations and issues of time. We'll try and keep it a bit short. It's still a very important conversation, but, maybe, by 1:30 so that you can have lunch, and then we can come back and still try and finish by 3:30. So that, we don't lose a lot of colleagues, because I know after lunch you tend to lose a lot of colleagues. In terms of this particular session, we're just focusing in terms of getting a perspective, both on the international and the domestic side. Rui, who's a good friend, I must also just mention that, who's currently the chairman of the EU Chamber of Commerce in Southern Africa, and also a director of the South African Portuguese Chamber of Commerce, will give us his own perspective, because he deals quite a lot with international businesses and investors that are doing business in the country. So hence we invited him, then we can get a perspective from that point of view. And Linda, she's from the Black Business Council. She'll also tell us a bit more about herself. She'll be giving us a perspective from a domestic point of view, in terms of what they're observing as BBC, some of the programs and the partnerships that they're involved in with government. Both of them, interestingly, just from a professional point of view, I'm not reading their bios. Rui, he's an attorney, so legal background, and Linda, an accountant. So it's quite a nice combination, having an accountant and a lawyer, having this discussion. So Rui, I'll start with yourself, before we go to Linda. I'm just changing, we always say it's ladies first, today it's not ladies first, because it is a women's event anyway. Rui, just give us a bit of an overview in terms of, the EU Chamber and your role in the Chamber, and then Linda will come to you. You can also speak a bit in terms of, who BBC is. We don't want to assume that everyone understands who BBC is, and sometimes there's confusion between BBC and BMF and the other chambers as well. So you'll do the same as well. Rui, but let me start with you.
Thank you, Thokozani. Thank you for the invitation. It's great to be here today. From our side, I'm the chairman of the EU Chamber. The EU Chamber is a chamber of chambers. So we don't have any direct membership in the Chamber of Commerce. We comprise 7 bilateral chambers, EU chambers, and our work really is 99% advocacy work. So what we try and do is we get to feedback relating to what are the impediments to doing business in the country, and we try and, as much as possible, engage with whoever needs to be engaged with in terms of trying to facilitate and facilitate investment in the country.
Thank you very much, Thokozani, and thank you to Old Mutual and Growth Map for this platform and opportunity to engage. It's nice to sit next to a professional, very to the point, so we'll keep that momentum for you today. My name is Linda Maqoma. I am the Vice President for Professionals at the Black Business Council, as already said, but I also run my own company. I'm the CEO and founder of Noma Chawik Group. I'm also known as the president of ABASA, which is the Association for the Advancement of Black Accountants in Southern Africa. So just in terms of the BBC is really an overarching organization and the voice of black business and professionals in the country. We do particularly lobby work around policy to really go to the underlying of opportunities in terms of transforming the economic landscape of South Africa. So just recently we were in Parliament just submitting on the public procurement bill, for instance, just some of the activities, but we have underlying structures in different sectors that look at the different policy that come up from time to time. But ultimately, the main goal is to make sure that there are equal opportunities and equitable opportunities to make sure that black people are participating meaningfully in the economy. So just in terms of the confusion, to make sure there's no fog around the difference with a BBC and a BMF and an ABASA. From my desk as the Vice President for Professionals, there's a Professionals Vice President, there's a business one. So under my desk, you then see all your black business forums, your ABASAs, your APSIPs, all of those black lobby groups for professionals sit under that desk. And that creates a unity once the machine is moving in the right direction and aligns, because it means all of those voices feed into one goal and what we all want, and that is meaningful participation of black professionals in the country.
Thank you so much, Linda. I think I'm also a bit more empowered now in terms of understanding what's the difference between those organizations. Rui, just coming back to you, especially, recently we hosted the BRICS Heads of State Summit. We're all excited about belonging to the BRICS, which I think is still a great thing. But my understanding is that, Europe in particular and North America, they are still our key trading partners. Will you just give us a sense in terms of, the contribution of European companies in particular into the South African economy? Investments, in which sectors are we seeing a lot of those investments? Employment numbers, because I know that you've got a sense of those, skills transfer, technology transfer. Just give us a bit of insight in terms of the contribution of European companies into the South African economy.
So the EU bloc is still the largest trading partner and the largest contributor to FDI for South Africa, comprising around 70%. So that is an historical, and in many sectors, so both from economic, historic in terms of the overall relationship. There are reportedly around 2,000 EU companies based in the country, representing employment for around 350,000 employees. The sectors, I think, is pretty across the board, but obviously there's the dominant in terms of the automotive, ICT, fintech, to a lesser extent construction. But really, there's pretty broad diversity in respect of the sectors in which they're involved. With regards to BRICS and now BRICS Plus, of course, we have to keep an eye on what's happening. I think it's good for the country in terms of having a diversity, and I don't see it necessarily as being antagonistic relationship. It doesn't necessarily mean that BRICS is against the EU, against the US, etc. However, what we are keeping an eye on is that there should be an equal treatment in relation to foreign investors. So, at the end of the day, there shouldn't be a penalization in respect of one or the other. And ultimately what we're trying to do is increase investment and doing business in the country.
Okay, so that's a huge number, especially in terms of employment, and what we know is that multinational companies tend to even pay very decent salaries, right, when they come into the country, basically, which is very important, given some of the socio-economic challenges that we are dealing with as a country as well. Is that correct?
Well, I think we're talking about a broad set of companies, and I can't give you any data in respect of what the salaries are, but I would imagine, so especially on multinationals, that would be the case.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Linda, let me come back to you. Can you just share with us some of the initiatives that you have as BBC, where you are working with government in terms of driving transformation, as well as broadly just growing the economy? What are some of those areas where you're collaborating, maybe not just only government, but also with big business as well? Because we need both the public and the private sector to collaborate in order to grow the economy.
Thank you for not sticking to government, because I think it's very clear government comes with these policies that must be implemented, but we actually make sure we review these policies and these bills when they come out, and are encouraging our members to participate. So all of you here, in one way or form, you can actually participate. It doesn't have to be a BBC on its own, but be part of a structure or be part of the organization to actually then say, these are the gaps in some of the legislation. We want, the president keeps talking about 40% in terms of set aside for women businesses, and we're actually saying actually 50. So it's our voices through the BBC that actually challenge some of those. From a business perspective, we've got corporate members. Just the other day we were at Sasol, and what is quite meaningful about those partnerships is that despite them contributing towards a BBC in terms of the work it does, and through sponsorships and events and so forth, but we're now creating platforms for businesses to actually understand some of the procurement criteria and how you can actually position your business to be able to tap into some of these organizations. And the interesting thing is people just think that you can get a connection, and also coming to the BBC thinking because you work with government, you could connection somewhere and you just come in. But what we're trying to do is empower our black organizations and black businesses to be able to align to the criteria and also the compliance that is required, which then opens up a lot more doors in other spaces as well. So that's the main partnership. It's the lobbying. So you're pushing government, we put people through representing us in NEDLEC on different spaces. We're meeting with the president at some point, but those are very high level. But we actually want to get to the ground to say, as we're creating opportunities, how are we capacitating small businesses to actually grab those opportunities? That's currently what BBC is doing.
Yeah, but just staying with you, Linda, in most cases, other people are a bit more critical. They're saying black business or black people in general, we are not really in business. We're just still trying to be in business. What has been your observation? Are you really seeing, some progress, and especially 29 years down the line post, the democratic elections? Are we really seeing black people? I know department like DTIC have this black industrialist program, because it's not about, again, just chasing opportunities that are presented in the public sector and only just procurement, opportunities. You can't build a sustainable business just chasing procurement opportunities. Given your role within BBC and in the other structures, can you really say maybe we've made some progress, and especially in terms of black women-owned businesses that are becoming now part of the mainstream economy?
So you're quite right. I think a lot of people are chasing the access to market, and justifiably so. If you look at the history and the context of our country, black people have been so marginalized before historically, and we just want a foot in the door. But it needs to be a culture shift as we go along to say, you don't want to just be sitting with a tender or sitting with an opportunity, but you're not seeing the role that your business in its growth mindset and in expansion, see, I'm even tapping into your name now, the growth map, is you need to think about when you have that opportunity, what is the responsibility that comes with that? And I think a lot of times, we're told support black business, and then black business does not provide the quality that keeps them where they are. So we have a big role as black organizations and lobby groups to say, while we are putting our people in the positions to have these opportunities, are they understanding the responsibility not only for themselves, but to open doors for other black businesses? So you're very right, and I don't see us moving in that needle that says we are growing this and we are now going to be proudly black business, because we are now trying to get people in the door, but are we really make sure that when they're in the door, there's a quality that makes it easier for us to open other doors. So that's really the work now. As I'm saying to you now, that when we speak to your Sasols and your MTNs and understanding how they work and what they expect, we are now trying to create a mindset in black-owned businesses that it's not just about servicing the organization. It's about making sure there's quality, and we're growing that in the country.
Thank you so much. Rui, just coming back to you, I once had a client that I was assisting. It was an international company trying to invest in the country. And this CEO said to me, there's this thing about South Africa because, he invests all over the world. He said, whenever he goes to other countries, they always roll out a red carpet for him because of the investments and the dollars that he's bringing. But when he comes into this country, we roll out, a red tape for him. So can we then also maybe just talk about some of the challenges that are normally experienced, by your members, because there are also challenges, I think the president has a couple of interventions, and recently now with BUSA and big businesses to try and deal with some of these particular challenges. But from your perspective, what are some of those challenges that really are sort of like, preventing your members to basically expand and create the much needed jobs, and grow this economy?
Well, I'll have to try and be concise on that one. Where do I start? So let me start by saying that every second year, the EU Chamber launch a survey. So we send it through to our bilateral chambers, we send it out to their members, and we try and get that feedback in respect of what are the impediments to doing business. The last one that we did was in 2022, and it was an interesting one in the sense that it was the first survey post-COVID. And so what we did, which was different, is that we added a second survey, and for the first time ever, we asked prospective EU companies about their views on South Africa. And then we had the classic survey, which was in relation to the existing companies that are investing and doing business in South Africa. What was interesting is that the new survey in respect of prospective investors is that South Africa, out of 10 emerging economies, rated number 1. Beating out other countries which one would tend to perceive as being more popular. And so the perception, was some good news. And so the perception out there is that, it is a huge country for opportunity, which it is. However, the survey in relation to companies that are currently here, there's a gap between the perception that exists and then the reality that they encounter. And it's exactly as you say, and that comment that you've just mentioned, I've heard numerous times before, is that anywhere else in the world, governments make investors feel very welcome, but certainly not here in South Africa. And it's hard to explain why that would be, because considering that what the current economy is doing, considering the huge problem of unemployment that we have, we should be doing a lot more in terms of making investors feel welcome, but we don't. And looking at some of the examples, so if you look at just the question of visas, so sometimes investments of hundreds of millions have been prevented from coming to the country because a visa isn't given to someone to come out here in terms of leading that project. And I'm not talking about visas to a small army. I'm talking about the executive of 3 or 4 visas in terms of doing the management and then coming through and leading the project for a limited period. So if you can think about what that stops in terms of that rolling effect, the employment that leads, etc. There also is a disconnect between, for example, government policies in respect of certain things and then the experiences that companies have. Take critical skills. We launched 4IR. While we're still busy with 4IR, the rest of the countries are really talking about the next revolution. But that aside, if you go and look at the critical skills in terms of what are required, the critical skills list doesn't match what the country requires. In the survey that was done, 43% of companies surveyed said that they would need to employ someone from the outside because there's a skill shortage here. And so the number one issue at the moment in the let's go top 3, energy. We just can't escape. If you don't have electricity, you can't do anything. Number 2, skill shortage. So there's an increasing brain drain in the country. And so to exacerbate the unemployment aspect is that sometimes there are jobs available, but there's a skill shortage. I think it comes down to the education system in the country, is that we seem to be teaching our pupils just to be workers rather than entrepreneurs. And the third aspect, I think, is logistics. We've got a collapsed railway, and so that makes it all much more difficult, adding costs to the country. There's a lot more, but I'll stop there.
Yeah, but maybe just a last comment on that one, Rui. I mean, you said the other role of the chamber is to lobby government around these things. Do you feel that government is listening, to some of these companies when they raise these particular issues? And do you think that there is, we also need to have a bit of a robust discussion. If really there is willingness from government side to deal with these issues. We know what's happening in terms of Transnet, we know what's happening in terms of the energy, But really, you know, just from a business perspective, and especially international businesses, do you feel that, you know, government is taking these issues quite seriously?
The short answer would be no. So I think that government is great in terms of they make themselves available, they hear what you have to say, but you don't necessarily see any change. And it's something which I know we're not alone in. I mean, we've had engagements with PUSA and BLSA on various issues like delocalization was the last one which we cooperated on. And I remember having a chat with PUSA, and she was exasperated in terms of saying how, you know, she met with the president 6 times last year. It's not that they don't show up. It's not that they don't make themselves available. But you don't necessarily see the impact of those meetings all the way through. If I look back at the surveys that have been done over the last 10 years by the EU Chamber, the same top 10 are always there, just the order changes. You know, energy a few years ago was down the line, now it's number 1. But we keep on talking about the same things. We had the recent engagement on ease of doing business with the Gauteng government, and you know, we had a representative from the Department of Home Affairs. They admit to the problems that have in existence. But we have wonderful policies, we really do. We have really first-rate top policies, but our execution of those policies is very poor. And I think also government seems to have a short-term mindset from election to election, rather than a long-term in respect of what is required for both business and for the best interests of the country, for that matter.
Yeah. Okay, Linda, just coming back to you, Rui is raising a very important point, especially in terms of this skills gap and the skills mismatch. I think that's the best way of putting it. You know, as BBC, are you guys also doing something in terms of, you know, empowering, you know, and especially you had that portfolio of professionals, you know, in terms of working with professionals, you know, so that we can have some of these skills in the country. I think in my own engagement, I've heard that quite a lot. In the financial services sector, you know, big companies will say, you know, there are opportunities here, but we don't have people, you know, who can take up those particular opportunities.
Yeah, so I think having come into the role, I don't think in the history of BBC it's really been utilized and maximized in all the different organizations with the professionals to actually drive a joint, a collective push to actually get some of the underlying issues done. Education is huge across the board. If I take it back to my role as president of ABASA, which sits under that, the relations we have with your APSIPs and your BMFs, we all understand that we need to fix the underlying issues around education, right? And even taking from what was just said now, there's a mismatch in terms of what is required in this country and what basic and higher education are preparing students for, you know, the big world. And that's where ABASA, for instance, is taking it back. We're going to be hosting something with Prof. Nkutlu in November. And the big thing is around maths. A lot of these, you know, maths is the gateway subject. But if you look at it, 4%, we're fighting for this 4% of matriculants that actually have the right sort of maths to go into these spaces. The pipeline is in trouble. And if we don't address that, and that's going to be a challenge I'm going to give to the BBC through my desk to say, we need to work with the organizations that are really worried around the capacity and the pipeline in our professional structures, because we cannot ignore the fact that even if we're trying to push for businesses, the enabling sectors are your legal, your accounting, and all of that that need to support these businesses. So if we don't go back to the grassroots, we're going to be in big trouble as a country. It's a ticking time bomb. And I want to actually add on to what was said around the availability of government. When I look at the engagements that I actually had, I think we also need to understand who is the right person to talk to in a particular department. You can't be talking to the minister, it's great, they're a crowd puller, but they're not the one who's actually doing the work. So your DGs, you know, like the people on the ground are the ones you really need to push. And that's another level that BBC is also trying to move at. Can have beautiful summits and beautiful conversations and draw crowds in. But if we're not talking to the right people and also understand what they're doing and how we can partner and capacitate, we're going to miss the mark.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much. Maybe as we move towards closure, because I'm trying to really help with the time issue, I said 30 minutes. Rui, maybe from your perspective, next year it's an interesting year, it's an election year. What is the outlook, for your members in terms of, the economy going forward, especially in an election year? And I think, Linda, you can sort of answer that question from your perspective. And then we'll take one or two questions, so that then we can allow colleagues to enjoy lunch quickly before we come back.
Just on the previous point, I just wanted to add that I find that it's exactly what Linda was saying, that when you deal with the departments that actually do the work, they're fully on board and agree mostly with what these business organizations are saying to them. They feel it on the ground. They see the frustrations, they know the backlogs, etc. So it's not that you're talking to this abyss and that you get no cooperation or whatever. There are things that are being done. We have the energy one-stop shop, etc. So there is movement. But I think that somewhere along the line it gets lost. I think between the top and that middle, there seems to be somehow where things get lost. Coming back to your last question, I think until we resolve the energy crisis, I don't think the outlook is going to change, be it in election year or not in election year. One thing I can guarantee you, during elections, we're not going to have load shedding.
Let's hope so.
I would bet the house on that. And the thing is this, you asked me, are we seeing, I go back to 2010. Look what we achieved in 2010. We built stadiums, we had infrastructure projects, and it just showed that when the country really wants to do something, it gets it right. I mean, the court system is, so my sector, the court system is known for how long things take. We prosecuted people in 24 hours during 2010, you may recall.
Yes, yeah.
You were caught disorderly, you went into the little caravan, and you were out.
Yeah.
So it's an example of what...
Colleagues.
It's an example of what we can do when we put our minds to it and when we show real urgency. Now, where is that urgency now? We're in the middle of an energy crisis. Where is that urgency now? Look what it's doing. It's decimating businesses. I don't feel it. And election or no election, I don't think the outlook is going to be too different.
Okay. All right, Linda?
If I can just carry on from that, I mean, we had a beautiful conversation with the Minister of Electricity. And, the way the government articulates the plan, and, it just sounds like, wow, we're moving. But in reality, we don't even know if we can believe that anymore. And I think we're a country that has so much amnesia, and just like what you're saying, they know which buttons to push and when to do things to keep us, in check. But we need to really rise as, citizens, and we have to have an active citizenry as people. And we can't leave things to the government, and this is why the government continues to abuse us in the way that it does. And if as professionals, we are now going to sit in our offices and think everything is going to be okay because I'm, protected by my walls in Bryanston, we're going to continue to have a ticking time bomb in this country if we don't stand up. So my outlook on the elections is that we're going to be sold dreams again, and it is up to us whether we believe those dreams, and it's up to us whether we identify an alternative for this country, not only for ourselves, but for the future generations of this country.
Okay. Thank you so much, Linda and Rui. We've got about 5 minutes, colleagues. Any burning question either directed to Rui or Linda?
Please do.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, my name is Palisa. I'm soon to be admitted as an attorney. I'm going to add on and ask a question after that on the ticking timing bomb that we are in as a professional. As an upcoming professional that is young, I'm on my 30s now, and I'm only left with 5 years to get a permanent employment. I don't know, but I'm going to my question. we have skills. We went to school, we are in groups. We are a lot. Skills are there. What we face now is that we are going from stipend jobs to stipend jobs. I'm not in a labor market, what do you call it? The labor department, because I'm moving from stipend. Stipend is not UIF, there's no pension, and I've been working stipends. So we have been, I would say, exploited by government as well. And the private sectors, they want experience or someone who's cooked. So now, as a young professional, where do I cook myself? Where do I get the experience that everyone needs? I'm going, my age is going. So now I'm left with one choice, to open my business. I don't know, where should I knock? Where do I start? I'm already disadvantaged by many hurdles, and there's pressure where I'm coming from. I've been studying for 10 years. I have degrees, certificates. This table is little. So now I need to ask, where do we start? As youth that is skilled, that must be cooked with experience of, they say post-experience. And I'm no longer a matric person. I'm no longer a new graduate. Every job opportunities that comes, they want new graduates, new from matric. So I've passed that line. The age is gone. I have no pension. What do pension benefits?
It's noted. I think we had another hand that side. Oh, let me see. Program Director, you could meet me some of the hands that you're recognizing in their order. That side.
I'd like to comment on just that last comment.
Okay.
So look, in my firm, I've interviewed people over the last 27 odd years. And what I can tell you as some of my experiences that I have is that a lot of the candidates that I interviewed don't know what they want. So if I can give some advice from my perspective, is that first of all, in terms of selling yourself, you need to be able to market yourself. So apart from your many skills, you need to also be able to market yourself. That marketing aspect is the first step is a CV. The CV needs to be good. And let me tell you what I see. I see people that say skills or qualities, accuracy, perfectionism, and then I find 3 spots where there are spelling mistakes or grammar. What do I do with that CV? Straight to the shredder. And I'm sorry if you think that's harsh, but in the legal game, one mistake is the difference between winning and losing. So at the end of the day, don't tell me that you are a perfectionist if you can't even sort out your own CV. And the thing is that the CV should be the most important document in your life. It's an extension of your ego. And if you don't have the energy to do that right, then how much less are you going to put energy into doing my work? So the CV needs to be good, and it needs to be to catch your attention immediately. And you need to distinguish yourself from the hundreds of people. Unfortunately, articles are very hard to come by. It's a problem I think that the LPC is struggling to resolve, and I'm not sure it's making any headway in that regard. But in terms of, let's forget all about that. You can't sit and cry in the corner about it. One needs to show resilience. You need to get out there and market yourself. And then you need to hustle. It's a question of going to see people personally, making sure you're in front of someone. But then when you make it count, when you get that opportunity, you need to make it count. And one of the aspects that I find is that, especially with younger people, they do not know what they want. So you'll see that they apply for a litigation position, but they're studying conveyancing. When you ask them, but why are you doing this? Oh, to make myself more marketable. Again, in my view, and I'm not saying that I'm right, but in my view, if you want to be a litigator, it's in your DNA. Then you want to be a litigator. You're not there flapping around trying to be everything. You must be committed to what you want to do. If you want to do maritime law, don't go and apply to firms that don't offer be committed in terms of what it is that your goal is and in terms of what you want to be able to achieve. And so it's about being clear-minded, goal setting, and making sure that, you stand out and you make a mark.
I think you spot on, but also for women particularly, I've seen in my journey, even as a young professional and moving into spaces that have so many opportunities, women are not in the spaces where the networking is happening. And you're not to be blamed because there are underlying things that make it easier for men to be at these events than us. We stay home with the kids and all of these other things that women by norm are expected to do. In the time that I did my articles at KPMG, I was so active in organizations like Abasa. When it was time to leave or find something else, the networks and the things I was doing, already people could identify that this is somebody they'd want to put somewhere. So let's not take for granted. You can go and study and get your MBA and all those things, but if you're not putting yourself out there, it goes back to the marketing. Find a sponsor, find a mentor, somebody who can tell you things like these without you having to come to a platform like this, that make sure that these are the things you put on your CV and how you actually make sure that it doesn't get dumped in the shredder. So for me, really as women, we need to show up as much as we can. We also, when we arrive in places and we are leaders in those spaces, we must make environments that allow women to actually be out there. So, yeah.
Good day, everyone. My name is Nompumelelo Masinga. My background is aviation. I'm a pilot. I don't know if time allows, if I can still revisit some of the questions that I had for the previous speakers. It's just that, Rui, you've touched on a very important subject to me. My NPO actually deals with this. We've actually developed a curriculum tool which is called iStream. And the reason why we had to do that is because STEM education is actually heavily dictated by Europe. And this is why we're producing youth that don't really understand what it is that they need to do. They go to varsity, all these courses are introduced firstly, they get to know about hundreds of these fields that were never taught to them in high school. So the iStream deals with that. Apart from STEM being heavily dictated by Europe, we are in Africa. We have African problems that need to be addressed by Africans, because only Africans can fix Africa. And we need to be the ones in the forefront to develop these tools that will actually help Africa. We've done that. And iStream is being championed by the doctors and professors of Ongoye University. Our ambition is to build the first 4IR schools that will be complementary to the rural areas. We've developed the curriculum. We are now stuck. The government won't fund the schools, which is something that they're supposed to be doing. We're not supposed to be doing this. So you've spoken about the DFI. How do we tap into your resources or the resources that you're bringing in? How do you partner with us so that we can implement this? We've tested this over 2 years. I've maintained a 96% pass rate for all my students. And when we do this, we ask for yes. So, okay, thank you. So what we do, we ask for the worst students, because most of the times, people that want to test their tools or their guiding tools, they take the best students. For me, that's... So we ask for the worst students. Let's see what it is that we can do with these students. And the other thing that you've touched on as well, the exposure. Not understanding the fields and whatnot. So with the 4% that you were talking about, that we have the matriculants that are a 4%, that is slightly untrue, because the 4% that you're talking about the total matriculants. You're not considering the matriculants that have failed, that the system will not absorb. So when we partnered with the Ongoye Varsity, they were looking at the fact that there's matriculants that fail and the system is not built for them. They will never get jobs anywhere, and the schools will not take them back because the system is not made that way. So they need to find a way now to navigate through life. They either have to give up their dreams because the school has failed them. If they have to go and rewrite, they are given 6 months to go and study something that they failed for 12 months. And in that 6 months, they only have 3 months to get prepared, whereas they had at least 9 months to prepare for something that their capacity could not handle. So we've done this. So I'm asking, is it possible to partner with us to actually implement this? Thank you.
So the benefit of the EU Chamber being a chamber of chambers is that the network is so vast that it is likely that there could be some sort of match. I would like to utilize this opportunity to just say that the EU has announced a global gateway fund of 300 billion euro globally. Of that, 150 billion euro is earmarked for Africa and African projects. Most of it, and that, whether it's earmarked, is for infrastructure projects, so water treatment plants, so big types of infrastructure projects in terms of going through. We're still trying to ascertain the logistics and processes relating to how to have access to that, and we as the EU Chamber are hoping to be able to have an event either later this year or early next year to be able to unpack exactly that. How can one access those funds? I'm not entirely certain whether you would fall within the parameters of that program, but it's certainly worth investigating. 150 billion euro goes a long way, or it certainly should. And let's hope that at least that goes to constructive projects in this country.
Yeah, so I'm happy to hear there's programs that are increasing the 4%. The organizations like Abasa and your actuaries and all of those that are fighting to get this 4% into our different career paths. For instance, Abasa, my presidential project, is adopting schools that are doing exactly that, to actually challenge even the psychos of this world that are producing CAs, where they took up programs, look at the best guys. So I love that approach. So you don't even have to look far from a government perspective. Organizations like Old Mutual should actually be funding that. Just saying. Because those are some of our partners where we go to them and we say, please support us in adopting schools that are increasing this pool. So just saying, Old Mutual, here's an opportunity.
Okay, all right, colleagues, I think maybe let's end the session here. Maybe just last addition in terms of some of the comments. It's sometimes useful to join, organizations like these chambers. I've been a member of the South African Portuguese Chamber of Commerce for quite some time. I've generated leads. I've done business with the chamber. We've traveled with Rui and the colleagues to Portugal. I've done some work, for Portuguese companies. So, and it's not very expensive, in terms of the membership, to be honest. We always think that, these things are quite expensive. The investment, it's worth it. And actually, that's why we're even facilitating these kinds of conversations. Because you go to these events, you network, you meet people, you collaborate. But as we said earlier on, you bring your unique value proposition in terms of saying, this is what, I can bring to the table as well. So I will encourage that, whether you join a BBC, in terms of what Linda is offering there is value sometimes, colleagues, to be part of these conversations. But again, as we are here today, you can come and attend any event. It's all about you saying, I want to learn, I want to meet people, I want to collaborate, and I'm going to follow up in terms of the networks that I'm creating. So for me, really, again, that's why I invited Rui, because sometimes we distance ourselves. You'll hear the name saying Portuguese, EU, you're thinking this is not for me. We've been to these events and we've partnered with these organizations, and there are opportunities. I only just wanted to share that as well. So, colleagues, maybe then let's take lunch and try and come back at least by 2:30. Then we'll do the last session, which is really on public-private partnerships. We'll push for an hour. We'll still try and finish, by 3:30. Lunch will be served, I think, as you exit the venue. There's a passage where you just walk down. I think they've set up downstairs there. But, the colleagues will just also indicate to you where lunch is. Please try and come back, on time, because we are running a bit behind. And we want to respect you. We know you are moms, you need to pick up your kids. We want to try and finish, on time as well. And just again, honor that panel because the colleagues are here and they want to share with you. And hopefully then we can be able to network a bit before you leave. See you then at 2:30. Thank you so much. Thanks, Rui, and thanks, Linda.
No, take a charger. in from lunch. If we could please take a seat and get settled for the next interesting session that we'll be having for the next hour or so. So I'll give people 1 or 2 minutes to come in and settle in, and then we'll be ready to go. Perhaps in the interim I can invite our panelists to please come up. Hi. Please take a seat. Thank you. No. Pick your favorite. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you very much for all settling down and joining us for the final session of the day. We've had a very, very interesting program. And for this last part, we'll be focusing on peer-to-peer relationships and how we build partnerships, primarily amongst the public and private sector. And we've got a wonderful panel with us today to give us some insights on, how this has played out in the country, what the benefits are, and perhaps how we can reflect and use this mechanism more going forward, noting the levels of equality we have, noting the fact that we want to include more people in the economy, and seeing how such mechanisms can be of benefit. Okay. I think I may have to ask each one of my panelists to just give a short introduction to who they are, so we get a sense of, I think, your expertise, the role that you're currently playing, and then happy to go into the session. I think I'll start with you, Noxolo.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Noxolo Mthembu. I'm a project program manager at the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency. It's an agency of government under the Provincial Treasury. We do project preparation for infrastructure projects for sector departments and the local municipalities within the province. My portfolio mainly is on renewable energy projects, waste to energy, a bit of agriculture, roads as well. My training is in the climate change sciences. I have a couple of degrees from WITS and a master's degree from Cambridge University, UK. Thanks.
Thank you for the introduction.
Thank you. Dumelang.
Dumelang.
I am Tami Matero from a very pleasant, beautiful, lovely and wonderful province called the Northwest Province in South Africa. Usually people from Jerusalem and Canaan, they say they are the place of milk and honey. I'm saying, currently, I am the Chief Executive Officer for the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board. We are in charge of 14 protected areas or parks, if you may call them. And also we do hotel schools. We've got 2 hotel schools. We are the only government entity in the whole country that has a government-owned hotel schools. Usually our chefs come from private sector. We produce chefs to the private sector. We also do tourism marketing as a marketing destination, DMO, not tourism development, because that one is with our shareholder, because our department is economic development, environment conservation, and tourism. I'm also almost having your expertise. I'm also a climate change scientist. I am just about to complete my PhD in climate change.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Molweni. My name is Tebi Tsengiwe. I am from Old Mutual. Unlike my fellow ladies here, I am not in climate change. I am in the business of ensuring that we build financially capable, economically emancipated communities. I work for a company that has a rich history of being 178 years old. We truly are dedicated to ensuring that we free up our people to make their financial goals reality for themselves and to guide them in how they go about doing that. We are a company that is operating in 14 countries. We have a pan-African presence, and we also have a niche presence in China. We are listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, which is where our primary listing is, with secondary listings in Zimbabwe, Malawi, as well as Namibia. And we are very, very proud to be associated with this forum where we can literally talk about peer-to-peer. I am a person who is in communications primarily. I am a journalist by qualification, a communications expert by practice and profession, and represent Old Mutual on various platforms where the opportunities exist. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you for those wonderful introductions. I think you did a much better job than I could have ever wished. So really, really, really pleased to be on this platform with you. And I think I can just say, noting what came out of some of the conversations earlier on. So in the previous conversation, we spoke about much of the opportunity that exists on the continent. This applies as well to South Africa. But the other thing that came out notably in both the contributions that we heard from Edith and Michael around climate change and building resilience. So without hijacking this platform, I think I'm really pleased that we do have people who have an insight and recognize the importance of, building for resilience and climate change as a key development issue going forward. So I just, very, very happy about that. But perhaps to now focus all that we've heard today very much around this peer-to-peer engagement, but specifically how we're building partnerships across the different bases that we have. So we're going to be focusing a little bit more around public-private partnerships, and I think the people who are on stage with us have got some insights to share. So perhaps as an opening comment and trying to really reflect on the strategic value of maybe those partnerships across the spheres broadly, but also more specifically in your own experiences, what this value of these public-private partnerships really is. Perhaps I'll start with you first because you've already got the mic.
Okay. For Old Mutual, we have a plethora of partnerships, but all the partnerships that we have are really anchored on how is it going to ensure that we enable our customers to meet their financial goals? How does it align to what we would like to drive as part of our business strategy? So you will find, for example, that we are a company that is deeply rooted to talk about the seriousness of climate change and its impact, deeply rooted around being one of those who are there to ensure that communities are able to quickly recover from disasters, whether it is the floods or fire disasters. We are very strong on partnering with various organizations, as well as the relevant government authorities in the territories in which we enter to alleviate that. So an example would be around the devastating floods that were in KZN last year, where we really did partner with both community-based ground organizations to look at how we really respond to the desperate need of housing people who had lost their homes at that time, to being involved in whether it is the fire and being involved in planting trees, which is a project that is now happening in Kenya as part of their own sustainability goals and looking at how the drought has negatively impacted how those communities are able to continue going forward. That is very much on what we do in terms of uplifting the communities in which we operate, because we believe that those communities, once they are viable, are then able to pick themselves up, and we partner with various SME organizations. We have got a Masisizane Fund, which is one of our micro-lending loan areas or areas of our business. And they really are involved in building small businesses, helping and mentoring small business owners, primarily women-owned, primarily black-owned. It is specifically only operating in South Africa, but certainly it is about how do we build small businesses, because we know that they are the biggest providers of employment, and as such would then be a ladder into how we build up to be economically free, because once we have those individuals that have homes, that have communities that thrive, that have economically viable options, they are then able to become Old Mutual customers in the long run. But it is really an ecosystem for us. We do a lot of work also in the education front, but I could go on and on because I am a communicator. I'll give my fellow panelists a chance to.
Thank you very much for those inputs.
Thank you. With us at the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board, we've got about 50 concessionaires throughout our two main largest parks, the Madikwe National Park and the Pilanesberg National Park. Concessionaires, we mean the tourism business enterprises within our parks, the lodges, the game drives, the hot air balloons and all that. So what we've done, we've entered into private-public partnership with them on long-term arrangements. Some of them are 45 years lease agreements, some of them are 99 years, some of them we inherited them from the previously Butazwana government then. So we work closely with them, and we have a partnership where whenever they get the business model differs from one concessionaire to the others. Some of them is on profit sharing, and then some of them is on dividends. Your question was, what is the value of this private-public partnership? They help us because, government is highly triangulated. One of your panelists earlier on was talking about the bureaucracy, which is very true. So you need private partner to help us to cut the bureaucracy, because certain things, they are not highly regulated by Regulation 16 that she may talk about of PFMA that talks about procurement system, so they can procure much quicker. Secondly, the private partners, they usually enhance the asset of the state. They develop an infrastructure, they've developed hotels, they've developed lodges, that if we were to build them as a government, our challenge is that, number one, building infrastructure takes such a long time. Secondly, you are not always guaranteed quality, especially in our small rural provinces because of lack of capacity. So they help us to build those infrastructure on behalf of the state, and they run them because you may not have all the skills that is needed to run a tourism industry. So, and we may not have the mechanism. For instance, I'll make one silly example, and I always talk about it. When I joined, because Parks Board and Tourism Board just merged in April. So I visited Taung Hotel School. When I went there at Taung Hotel School, they did not have bread, and we had guests. We had about 30 guests, and we had to get bread. And they were saying, no, the order has not been issued in Mahikeng. And Taung is about 200 kilometers away from Mahikeng. They're waiting for the order. By the time the order arrives, they used the lowest quotation. When the guy that brought bread came with an old bucket, as he was entering the hotel, the bread fell down, So that tells you that we are not in the business of buying bread as government. There are better services that are well suited for us, So private partner would have got a better, quick way of bringing bread to the guest. And if the guest say, I don't want brown bread, I want high fiber, you don't have to go to Mahikeng and ask for a procurement officer to get 3 quotations to get a fiber bread, high fiber bread. You just simply go and procure it and source it quickly. So they cut the bureaucracy in that way, and skills development, of course, skill transfer, and also enhancing the asset of the state. Thank you.
Super. Thank you. So I guess that's the tourism experience. Our business then is the economic infrastructure that we're trying to build for the province. So building that asset base means you have to expend government money. I think we're all aware at this point that government's purse is not even at a zero at this point. We are in a real crunch where we cannot deliver, number one, even on the salary bill, but to build economic infrastructure that then multiplies itself, it's something else. So we focus then on that economic infrastructure, and our limit in trying to attract the private sector is that we only structure projects above 150 million. So these are things that are needed, otherwise would have been the service provided by a municipality or a sector department. We help to deliver that through a regulated triple P. So when my colleagues speak about the other types of triple P, these are your social partnerships that I imagine Old Mutual does. I also sit on the board of the NEF, where as a government, DFI, we then partner with private sector funding to join those portions of funding to deliver on whatever economic imperative there is. I think just to cut this question short, on the benefit side of a triple P, a regulated triple P, we want to ensure in that particular structure that the risk is transferred. So Tammy mentioned that it's not our business to buy bread. So you transfer the risk to the person that's going to deliver on that portion of infrastructure or that service that government would have given. So you want to ensure that risk transfer. You don't sit with that risk at all. You want to ensure there's affordability in delivering whatever it is you're looking for. So you go through the whole bevy of the feasibility assessment, the value assessment. Is government getting value for money for the transaction that they're trying to procure? So it's those things: risk transfer, affordability, and value for money for government in a regulated triple P. Some of the more informal then public-private partnerships involve what value can we get for maybe society as a whole. So we use different measures in trying to structure some of those transactions or deals or partnerships, and maybe we can touch on some of those examples that JPG has done lately.
Okay, I look forward to touching on those a little bit, but I think that was a very important distinction that, you know, we're talking about partnerships broadly, and perhaps there are different mechanisms that are suited to specific situations, specific contexts, and you've heard a little bit about how those could possibly be working. Maybe then to come back to the panel, and I think, you know, you've highlighted some of the benefits already, but maybe to focus on what we really need to be building in both perhaps the more social or kind of the informal partnerships, as it were, and those that are kind of regulated, as you were indicating. What are the important factors that make these partnerships successful? Maybe a view of what does success look like, and really what kind of ingredients do we need to be building into those partnerships? I think this will become increasingly more important for us as a country going forward. And so it's something that we really do need to master. Perhaps I can start with you again, Tammy. So, is it tiring?
You know, trust deficit is a big thing that we have. And I don't think that is either a political or apolitical question. It is a deep, deep South African citizen concern that I sit with in the pit of my tummy every day. We have the ability to partner in a way that truly benefits our people, ourselves. I count myself in our people. It is getting more and more difficult for private sector to partner as willingly as what you would have experienced in 1995 in present day 2023, for many reasons. As such, yes, we still continue because we are all vested in doing good. But I think one of the things we really need to work harder at is rebuilding trust. Rebuilding trust in the heart that if a 80-year-old grandma has been promised she's going to get her SASSA grant at the post office and she's there at 3 o'clock in the morning, surely we cannot sleep well knowing that she left well after the sun has set the following day, having not received her money, on an empty tummy, taking care of grandchildren, and we sleep on this. And I don't know what day we're on today, but this issue remains unresolved. It's not just a government issue, it is a general human issue. How do we rebuild trust? We cannot be comfortable with that. That is the first thing. The second thing is we have to ensure, and building on that we do what we're going to say we are going to do with the resources that are made available to us. They're not ours. They belong to the beneficiaries. And so it has been heartwarming. It's not all doom and gloom, but it does get discouraging. It really has been heartwarming to partner with the Department of Basic Education to address a need that we identified as part of how we play as Old Mutual in the education space, to ensure that we assist in some way to address the inability for young learners to be able to read for meaning, and have partnered with 3 provinces in this regard to ensure that there is some kind of translation of some of the content specifically for mathematics and physics from mother tongue into a way in which the learners can understand, into a way in which they can read for meaning. And this is through our literacy and numeracy project. The problem is big. The playing space is wide. We could never on our own address the entire problem for the entire country, because let me tell you, translation in a way that is understandable and relevant for the subject matter that you are dealing with is not as simple as me translating molo to hello. It is far more detailed and technical. So yes, the field is there for many more players to get involved, because we have to believe in this country and the fact that these partnerships certainly do add value and at some point do make a difference, even if that difference is small. And it was Datu Mandela who said, start with what you have, where you are, and play your part and make that smallanyana difference.
You know, initially when you started on trust, and I agree with you 100%, because in my own space, it requires more than one party to actually get anything going. So you need to have trust as a basis for working together. But often when you're talking to others, they perceive trust as something that's quite fluffy and something that is quite fuzzy. But I think I like the way you anchored it in reality. So there's a trust and a belief that you will actually, deliver. But the indicator of the trust is being able to honor what you say you're going to do, or honor kind of your role and the specific, power that you have been given. And I think that's a very real way of giving, trust a tangible anchor and an outcome that is so important. Perhaps to jump to you then, Tammy, for you to reflect on what are these things that we need to make our partnerships successful?
Yes, I fully agree with the trust issue is the number one issue. But coming back to the tourism space, we usually say that tourism is government-led, private sector supported, government-led, private sector-driven, and community-based. So you need these 3 partners. One of them should do a disservice, the model will collapse. I've seen things, I have seen things in this space where private-public partnership have fallen because of one of the partners did not bring to the table what was supposed to be done. I've seen instances where our communities, because they were chosen from the community by somebody, not necessarily because of love. It must come from you. You must love it. You must be committed to this thing, not because I am in a community group or I'm in a group of women, then because we're chosen, then we form ourselves a team and we get into a partnership. It must be women who are interested, who are committed, who want to do this thing. Then it may work. I've seen a group of women or group of youth, a group of men coming into a public-private partnership knowing nothing and just sitting and expecting money. And then the private sector take them for granted, and they have misled them. Some of these big partners would say, no, but you signed that you will get money when we get dividends, and they make sure that they hide. There are no dividends to be shared to the community. Some of them say, no, you'll get money. You've signed that you'll get money when we make profit, and you'll get 30% of my profit. My profit was only 50,000 rand, and you'll get only 30% of 50,000. Knowing very well that he's hidden the lot of the other profit. He'll appoint his brother, his cousins, and appoint some consultant from overseas and so on, just to hide the profit, so that the profit goes back to them. So trust, that way it comes. But also the expertise from our communities. We really need commitment and expertise. Do a thorough due diligence process. Don't go into a private-public partnership without having professionals helping you with a due diligence process, just depending on political rhetoric. That won't help. Chances are you are getting into a risk. Well, there are those that has done well and benefited the community very well, and they happen to get a good ethical partner. So your partner must be someone. Old Mutual have got a lot to lose if their name is pulled in the mud because you go to a newspaper and say they've stolen money from us. So they've got reputational harm and reputational issues to protect. So don't go into a partner with somebody with no reputation who will just disappear and run away to China tomorrow with your money. I'm just using China as an example, guys. I'm not saying Chinese, or maybe I can use Scotland before I'm in trouble with China. So yes, that is in summary that you need to look into your due diligence process onto who are you getting into partnership with. The community must be thoroughly assessed and appointed on merit or on the community, the people with passion to do business with that private partner.
I think I like the third element that you've brought. Perhaps most time when people are thinking public-private partnerships, you are thinking of the government, you're thinking of a private sector actor, but that inclusion of the community, I think in your example, is something that is really, really important. You've mentioned it, but also including them as a key anchor and an enabler for, effective, beneficial action, I think is something that's really key. To come to you, Nopolo, please, can we get your sense?
I think shortly, for me it's continuity. So any of the partners can sign on in 1 year, it can be yourself, but if that intellectual capital and institutional memory is lost, you almost have to start at the beginning. One example I can make around this is trying to prepare a PPP project with a municipality. Where you know that every 5 years there will be a 9-month stall on no decisions whatsoever. After that 9-month stall, there is then an exodus and an import of staff, so everything changes. So you lose continuity, and that is so detrimental as you are planning a project. In our instances, we find that even provincial government goes through these ebbs and flows, but that municipal election year, I think we had also mentioned it earlier, it is such a hamstring of development of these particular projects. So really, I wouldn't want to repeat what the ladies have said, but I'd add continuity in that, in trying to keep the longevity and the sustainability of any project that we're planning.
And maybe, I know we're going to be drawn to the close pretty soon, but I just wanted to maybe start with you, Nopolo, specifically because you've been in this climate change space. I come from a climate change background. The buzzword at the moment is around the just transition. So we need to transition our economies, but this just component is about inclusion. And I think in today's session, particularly, we can focus on women. So perhaps in this very structured type of PPP that you're referencing, and within the climate change context, or even more broadly, how do we make sure that the inclusion element is coming through strongly?
I think in the more unregulated PPPs, it's a little bit easier to play around with things like this. You can form community trust, like the IPP office has done as well. But from a government spend perspective, there's something new now within the BE compliance, which is specific goals that departments set. So then you want to encourage those particular departments to set women-specific or gender-specific targets that they want to meet within their particular procurement. I can make maybe an example of a project in the West Rand. We're trying to leverage mining land for a post-mining economy within the West Rand because it's heavily based on mining. Life of mine is coming to a close, so we need an alternative economy within that region. And the understanding, or some people's understanding, is that it's the male component that is going to now become disenfranchised or unemployed because of this life of mine decline, when in fact it's that entire household. So as we plan programs such as Bokamoso Barona, where we want to form agricultural businesses within and use that land, and we're formulating those projects around those disenfranchised, historically disenfranchised communities. So those are the women, so women targeted SMMEs to take part in agriculture, supported by finance from our social partners, the land components as well. So there's trust issues, formulate the entities that are trusts, which we can instill these particular objectives into that to be women-owned and other disenfranchised communities in the past. Thanks.
And also to further add on to what she has just said, is that the government has got an area of tools and instruments to support women and to grow women and to empower and propel women in the business space, especially in the space where I am. Unfortunately, somebody else said that we can have policies, but there must be somebody to implement those policies. So I usually say, if you have strong advocacy, you need to have strong advocacy group. In the tourism space, there's a forum, or I don't know whether to call it a forum, a group that calls Women in Tourism. You may not underestimate the power of those women, because they sit down with ministers, they sit down with presidents, they sit down with premiers and tell them that Tammy there at the Parks and Tourism Board has got a budget, but we're only seeing men. What is she doing with taxpayers' money? Why is that money going to men only? Whereas we've got a green fund. We've got a green tourism infrastructure program where it gives grants to all tourism enterprises. You apply, you get a grant. They help you with greening your spaces, even if it may be retrofitting, getting JoJo tanks to harvest rainwater, and especially now because of the problem of load shedding, they come handy because they also help us, or the grant will help you with some alternative energies. So, but they look into those when they give a grant, there's a certain quota that must go to women. And then it's up to us, those who are in the space of advocacy, to check. But your policy was saying 30% of these people who receive this grant are women. And we're working for a transparent, democratic, equitable. All our policies talk about equity. All of them talks about inclusive growth. They talk about transparency. So you've got the right to ask, how many have you given grant on this green tourism? And who are they? Where are they from? What did they do? Is there value for money for that? So we as citizens must also make sure that we help our government to be accountable. And that's the word we talk about in government. We account. And it's something that is compulsory for us to account. The citizens must make us account to make sure that those policies are indeed enacted or are indeed implemented accordingly.
And this is probably not Old Mutual specifically skewed, but certainly a way of how we can consider. And building on what my fellow panelists have said around, access for women and ensuring that we have a way of implementing policy. I wonder, and being the communications person that I am, I wonder if we are engaging with this at the right forums with people who are hungry enough for it to become a reality in a way that it actually does make the difference that we seek. I'm an Eastern Cape girl, I come originally from a rural, I grew up in Umtata, But I take pride in the fact that I'm grounded when I'm at my father's rural home. I'm grounded. That's where I'm grounded. And I'm wondering whether we have truly just urbanized everything to the extent that we have subjected those communities to being dependent on this 350 and hope that somewhere, somehow, you'll have some child who's able to move to town. When actually we have got economic opportunities in rural areas, greening, agriculture, going back to basics, planting our own food, emasimini, looking at people who stay in these huts along the rich coastal line of the Eastern Cape, your Coffee Bay, your Hole in the Wall, your Port St. John's, your Queensa. You look at these people, and who goes there? Backpackers. Right? And yet there is opportunity to get those women in those communities who are hungry for it. You know, to start building on how do we relieve this dependency on this 350 and really make you economically empowered individuals who do what you love where you are and reap the economic benefit. It's just a thought that crossed my mind as we were talking about it. And also, you know, not being a climate specialist or someone who has studied about it, but certainly have read up about it, because Old Mutual is absolutely committed to the goals of what ESG is about. It's what is going to make us sustainable as a business. We were the first business to sign the Net Zero Alliance for your asset owners as well as asset managers. And really the drive there is around how do you start making this whole thing about the environment practical, whether it is for our customers or our investors. What is it that we start doing to really consider how we green our country? You know, it's not just about the greening of the economy, but the offset of that would be greening the country.
Okay, thank you. I think we've probably come to the end of our session, and I know we're running behind a little bit, but perhaps before I invite our panelists to make just a few closing remarks, also just open the floor as well. If there are questions, if there are comments, if there are thoughts, one or two that we can incorporate into the session, that would be most welcome. And while you're preparing those comments, those questions, I'm going to go back to our panelists. I think for me, you know, just hearing from you, and just I think the distinction about the different types of PPPs that you can have is really important. And I'm thinking there sounds like there needs to be some, you know, exporting of the lessons of what you're implementing well in the tourism sector. Perhaps that's something that needs to be exported to other parts of the country, because it's a tool that can bring people in where we are very close to the land, or linking to some of these natural resources. And then the other thought that I have is, I think in the tourism sector, the PPP model is working quite well, but probably much faster than in the other sectors. And how do we get some of those lessons on how we can accelerate what is a much needed, you know, model that allows us to leverage the respective resources that are sitting in private sector, that are sitting in government, but that are also sitting in communities. And perhaps that could be my closing kind of comments, but also to allow you, please, just to share with us a few final reflections before we take some questions or thoughts from the floor. Are you being volunteered? You're being volunteered.
Okay. Well, my parting shot would be, there's a lot of opportunities post-COVID in the tourism industry. We are sitting on top of a gold that we are not utilizing. And as I'm saying to you, as government, we are there just to create an environment for tourism to thrive. It's up to us as citizens and as tourism enterprises to come and bring innovative ideas to the tourism space. I've got a Khaswani game reserve that I'm waiting for young, dynamic women to come and develop spa treatment there and bring a revolving restaurant and whatever you want to bring. I've got my Pilanesberg Game Reserve. I've got Molopo, which is a hunting destination. There are no men in that industry. I need women to come and help me so that we leverage on the hunting opportunities that are in Molopo Game Reserve. I've got Mahikeng Game Reserve. I've got Borakalo Game Reserve, which is a fishing destination. I want women to come and help me. My fishermen, unfortunately, men, they don't have shelter. They don't have places to wash. I need someone to come and develop those fishing beds for me, changing facilities for me. And all my 14 parks, I need people to come and bring innovative experiences. And like I've said, we are now in a change. COVID has taught us new things. The new tourists that I see now, they say, we want experiences, you know. We no longer want to come and sit in a game drive and just look into the beds and take pictures. They want to come and enjoy the culture. And we don't have people to come and tell our stories in our way. We only bring children from the rural areas to come and do traditional dance, and that's what is culture. Our culture is more than that. So we need enterprises that come and share those cultural experiences. We've got gastronomy now where we're using food for tourism. We need people who will come and bring chotlo. When you come to the Northwest, you must know that kile khae la chotlo. And then we don't have chotlo in Da Vinci. We don't have chotlo in Lenado. And by the way, Northwest owns 50% of Lenado, but there's no footprint of Northwest in Lenado. So we need entrepreneurs to come and fill those gaps. So the world is your oyster ladies. I'm waiting for you in Au.
I can't top that, except for give a Triple P lecture. But I think that space really, it's historically worked, the tourism Triple P. As much as we could try to learn from it, there's very little that's not articulated in the normal TR16, the National Treasury Triple P manual. So it works better because there's people to do it. There's an absolute need. The value proposition is undeniable. Whereas for some of the government-owned pieces of infrastructure, it's just harder to plan. There's more gates to go through, and you have to find the funding through the private sector as well. Thanks.
Okay. We'll give you the last word.
Because we are in financial services, and we really are about seeing more of us being economically free, we definitely invite everyone to consider how you align your own personal goals to ensuring that the money that you work so hard to earn starts reaping the rewards of you getting and attaining some of the goals that you set for yourselves. We do this through financial education. We do this through our advisor network. We do this through many, many platforms, interactive platforms that we can use. My parting shot is, I certainly do look forward to building more of us as women who are financially free. Why? Because women are the nurturers of communities and those who sure will take care of ensuring that we grow more and more economically free individuals who can then invest their money to ensure that they live a fruitful, financially and debt-free life. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can open the floor for a question or two before we move into our closing session.
Thank you, amazing panelists. Can I reintroduce myself? Ngunguli Sonzele from Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. So at Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, we are an agency of the economic development, Gauteng. We exist to assist small businesses in Gauteng, financially and non-financially. So I work in a unit called Strategic Partnerships and Stakeholder Management. So my question is for Old Mutual to say, in your introduction, you spoke about trust, you know, in terms of partnerships. And I can relate to that. But I know that most of the time as public sector, there's a bit of distrust from private sector clients or potential partners. But I'd like to invite you by saying, don't give up on us. We are improving every day, and we need people like Old Mutual to partner with us to take SMMEs forward in this province that is supposed to be the economic hub of the country. Our funds are not enough. Let's even do a pilot, if we may, and see how far we can go. Thank you.
Oh, there you go.
Good day, colleagues. My name is Rhoda Moshapa from the Special Economic Zone, Bojanala to be specific. In the context of public-private partnerships, there is a certain exercise that we did in my entity where we tapped into this PPP exercise. And it made me conscious to the fact that most government officials they do know what PPP is, but they don't know how to execute it. And I think that is the stumbling block, and that's why we don't see as much as PPPs out there. So I applaud the panelists, and I would like the panelists to go into their institutions and look into strategies that will ensure that government employees, and not only secluding it to that, each and every South African employee, do they know what PPP is? Do they know the policies thereof? Because now you're going to need to tap into Treasury. What does Treasury say? What are the recommendations of Treasury? What does the policy say? And it doesn't end there, it doesn't start there. So do they know how to then execute it? Maybe then, after doing that exercise, we might just see a whole lot of government institutions tapping and partnering with private institutions and the communities at large to actually execute this exercise. Government is stretched. We cannot, or government cannot, be doing service delivery for everyone. But if we all hold hands through this PPP program, it might not be as much of a question, but it's something that we can look and put it within our consciousness to say, we might think that we are aware, and I'm talking about people in EXCO that don't know how to execute this thing. I'm talking of high-level people with MBAs that don't know how to execute this thing, that we need to go back and have training programs on how to execute PPPs. Tap into private as well. They might think they know, because private, they think, what do I need to get out of this? Or what stakeholder am I building out of this for reputation management? But yet again, they'll also have a certain degree of what they need to actually do for the community as well that they operate in. So that's from me, and thank you for coming here, and thank you for sharing your stories with this PPP.
All right, I guess that's the last one.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. My name is Dr. Musime Mutswane. I wear so many caps, but the one that I like the most is that I'm a pastor. And I like to speak positively and life into our government. And my question is to Nokolo from the infrastructure. I hear the stories of the PPPs, but from where I am sitting, I like to know what measures are there that are taken by the government to ensure that whatever projects that you are doing, they don't end up as white elephants. There are two big projects, one in Naturena, one in Ennerdale or Finetown. In Naturena, it's a multi-billion school. They can't get the certificate of occupancy because the school is in a place that is not suitable. It's sitting there, it's a white elephant. There's a multi-purpose center in Ennerdale. They also can't get the certificate of occupancy. Now, the community would not know who takes the final responsibility when things are like that. So I want to know what mitigations do we have as a department to ensure that there is monitoring from the onset of the program until they get the occupancy certificate. Thank you.
Can I comment first on the enterprise propeller? It was a comment and not really a question. But I do want to say the danger is trying to be all things to all people. It is impossible for Old Mutual to be the solution for all of the requests that we have, which is why in my opening you would have noticed that I focus specifically on the enterprise growing arm of Old Mutual, which exists through Masisizane at the moment. And Masisizane actually is a loan organization, it's not grant funding. It provides working capital to entrepreneurial ventures, which are primarily women-owned and black-owned in rural and peri-urban areas. And I suppose it goes to a comment I made also around the field is vast, the players are few. The reality is that all of us have limited resources, and Old Mutual is not exempt from that. However, ours is to do what we have with what we can with what we have to make a difference. Yes, we want to see enterprise propeller proposals being successful because ultimately that builds on the SME ecosystem. However, it would be remiss of me to sit here and create an impression that it may change our focus area tomorrow because we have been exposed to what you do, because right now our focus is on growing the area where we know we've got the expertise, have the experience, and can make the greatest impact in a sustainable way. To your point around longevity, it becomes a bit iffy if you dip into that one and you're out, and then you dip into that one. The focus, the strategic focus, is absolutely imperative for us to ensure that the goals are met on a long-term and sustainable basis. Thanks.
Thank you, Pastor Doctor. I think we can have a chat about those two specific projects. I do suspect the first one probably did not get an EIA. That's why they won't get that if it was built in the wrong area. So we can chat about that. And the reason for not getting an EIA is because they don't follow process. Your question towards how do we make sure that these then pass or are implemented properly is that we just don't have a choice. When we speak about the regulated PPP, and I'm glad we've defined this now, the regulated PPP, National Treasury has step-by-step process. You just cannot get around it. You cannot try and bypass or quicken that process. It is averse to the corrupt nature of, I want to say people, not necessarily the state, but it just cannot be tampered with. That's the National Treasury process. So I wonder if the school maybe was an unregulated PPP that is a partnership in Naturena of this private school or this school that cannot be opened. But we just cannot get around anything that the National Treasury says, because the National Treasury is the backstop to that financial transaction. If the government for any reason cannot pay or cannot fulfill its obligations on that payment, the private party can go back to government and come and claim that money. So they never want to be in that position up for litigation or those kinds of claims. There's a whole register around National Treasury listed PPP projects. We can look these up in there and see if they were indeed regulated PPPs. But I'm happy to have that conversation about it. And it provides that same framework, provides a monitoring and evaluation post the signing of the PPP, or however long that concession period is.
Thank you very much. I think we're going to close the session, noting that we are running out of time a little bit. But I think the introductions have been made. You have a sense of where the knowledge and the expertise is, and we do have a little bit of a networking session also available this afternoon, so we can take some of these conversations forward. But to thank the panel, that was, I think, insightful, so rich. I have such a privileged position when I get to learn so much from, I think, groups of really wonderful people, but also phenomenal women. So it was wonderful to be with you on the panel, and thank you very much. Thank you. We'll be moving on to the final part of the program. So as the panel clears the stage, I think we can call on Ms. Nokuzola Mayekiso, who's a Senior Manager for Stakeholder Relations at Old Mutual, to come and give the closing remarks from this Women in Economic Development Leadership Forum 2023, and really close the session for us. Welcome. Please come through to the stage, and we look forward to your closing remarks. There's a microphone. There's a mic here. Okay. Good. I'm going to leave you on stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. As Ritumetse said, my name is Nokuzola Mayekiso, and I am responsible for stakeholder relations in Old Mutual. And within stakeholder relations, my responsibilities are around strategic partnerships and also responsible for stakeholder relations in our Africa regions. Mine is very short. I would have had a long speech as well, but I realized that I don't want to stand between your time of having your last chats and your last connections and one drink before we all hit the road and go home. But I want to give just 4 things that I picked up from today. One of them is, from a leadership perspective, you've got to own your voice. I'm not going to try and explain, and to those that were not here, there are people that were here in the morning. If you want to hear about it, it is actually about making sure that every time you step up and you don't keep quiet. The second one was from the panel that was talking about doing business in the continent. I can assure you, I am in the continent at least once a month, and the size of the pie is big. It's about us stepping up and going to find those opportunities. Sometimes you might find that what you want to do in South Africa is probably much easier for you to go and do in the continent. And there are places and people who are able to do that for all of us. The other one is active citizenry. I think we've learned to let things go by. But if we were the voices that we want to be in our own families, and we took those voices and those voices into our communities, we'd be more active and be able to make a difference. And the last one for me is be clear about what you want. We all want to do great things. We all want to make money. We all want to make an impact. But if we are not sure about what we want, we are not planting the right seeds. So I'm hoping that all of us were able to take home something today, whether it was from doing business in the continent and it has triggered your mind to do something different, or it's about saying to Old Mutual, what can you do for me? What opportunities are there? And we're saying, everyone drives their strategy. Everyone wants to drive the one thing. We can't be all things to everybody, like Tebi said. So there's a lot of opportunities for all of us to do different things and find those spaces that make us happy. And with that, I would like to thank all our panelists that made the time. I'd like to thank our MC, Ritumetse, thank you very much. And also, just everybody that made this possible. And lastly, all of you for gracing us with your presence and staying with us all afternoon. Thank you.